Hey guys, welcome back to RHR Jen. I'm so glad you're here, guys. I'm continuing on with Betrayal. That's right, the Tom Bauer book that I'm enjoying oh so much. Thank you so much for all your kind comments and for your encouragement. It means the world to me. Today I am talking chapter 20, which is High Court, and chapter 21, Coronation. So that's why, well, one of the many reasons why I love Princess Anne and why that's my name today. And in case you needed more, oh no! Remember, Princess Anne's hat covered her red plume, covered Harry's face at Coronation. So there you go. I'm going to get into all that and so much more. If you're new here, I'm Jen. Please do make sure you're subscribed. Hit the thumbs up and leave me comments. That feather made my eyes. Leave me comments as all of those helps YouTube to recommend my videos. I sincerely appreciate that. So today I dress like Wonder Woman. Hi, Wonder Woman, if you're watching. I have a lovely commenter. Wonder Woman watches my show. Anyway, I dress like Wonder Woman today. I thought, you know what? Let's be strong. Let's be fierce. Let's wear some crown earrings. And that's what I've done. Let's do this. Let's talk Harry and Meghan. Before I get into this part of the chapter, though, I want to talk about something. I had a big epiphany, and don't worry, it's Harry and Meghan. I'm not just going off on a tangent. I think you'll find it interesting. Well, first of all, did I hold up the book? Betrayal. Dun, dun, dun. In fact, a friend of mine had a really good idea. Hold on. I should have come prepared with this. My friend suggested this when I show Betrayal. Ready? Oh, look. It's like when Harry and Meghan show their kids. There you go. I said before I like to cover them with my hand because it just makes me mad to see. So there you go. There they are. Okay. Oh, excuse me. What am I thinking? There you go. I have a candle like the one that covered Meghan previously. I should hold that up too. But anyway, okay. Betrayal. So there's that. Before I get into this, I had an epiphany. Sorry, I just hit the mic about Harry and Meghan that I would like to share with you because I feel like it's pretty good. But I may just be immersed in Harry and Meghan stuff. Oh, by the way, speaking of immersed in Harry and Meghan stuff, Cantankerous has given up. He's gotten into the witch's piss. And, well, he's just, he's just back there having a grand old time. Anyway, let's talk my epiphany. So I'm reading more and more of this book, which, by the way, still loving Tom Bauer. He's brilliant. Okay. Well, as I continue on, I keep saying I am appalled and alarmed by both of their behavior. It's shocking to see it in print like this. This is the most shocking I think I found any of it. I thought revenge was going to be the big one. To me, it's this one. This has been the most shocking just to see all the behavior. And I've identified cycles that I want to bring your attention to. It may seem obvious, but I thought it was pretty good epiphany. Here we go. I've got my notes here, so that's what I'm looking down at. Okay, with Harry's got this toxic pattern, and I've kind of put it in a nutshell. Here we go. If the media prints something he doesn't like, or if his family does something he disapproves of, he doesn't talk to them privately. He immediately weaponizes the press to publicly attack and humiliate the royal family. He hates the media until he needs it as a weapon. So again, this isn't groundbreaking, but it's just a pattern that's more clearly laid out in this book than I've ever seen it before. That's exactly it. That's exactly what he's doing. It's his classic move, and he uses the press that he pretends to despise. Okay, with Meghan, her pattern is simple and consistent. She uses people, institutions, and opportunities to climb higher, then discards or attacks them the moment they no longer serve her ambition, status, or narrative control. So it's the climb and discard cycle. She enters a new environment, such as acting, a career, royal family, Hollywood deals, with charm and ambition. She quickly positions herself as a star or a victim. She extracts maximum benefit, whether it's status, money, fame, security, attention, then turns against it when it no longer gives her what she wants. There you go. That's my pattern on the two of them. All right, let's continue on with Betrayal, starting with chapter 20. As I've been doing, I'm going to hit a high-level overview of the chapter, and then I'm going to get into some of the quotes, and then we're going to go into, that's High Court, and then 21 is Coronation. So 20, High Court, or as I like to call it, Harry's legal battles and media wars. So in this chapter, of course, Bowers explaining Harry's aggressive High Court lawsuits against the UK newspaper, especially that against the Associated Newspaper / the Mail Group over alleged photo hacking, unlawful information gathering. We know this bill. All right. It also covers a broader context of his ongoing press battles while he and Meghan continue whatever they're doing. Meghan right now is out of the picture because remember, she pulled back from Harry for a little bit during this time until it was time for Coronation. And then she was like, look at me. I'm doing the photo thing. Okay. Harry positions himself as this heroic victim fighting the evil that is the British press and courts, aligning with controversial witnesses, including those with criminal records for things like extortion. Don't let that bother you, Harry. It never does. Okay. At the same time, the couple releases their Netflix series, which spills private royal family stories, conversations, and grievances that the royals cannot and will not publicly defend. Bowers highlighting how Harry demands protection from media intrusion through expensive lawsuits while willingly monetizing the royal secrets on a global platform. Again, hypocrisy, right? So this chapter shows their strategy. They're going to sue critics into silence, seems to be a continuing theme, while controlling the narrative through their own big money deals. The hypocrisies here that really bugged me. Harry screams about media privacy violations and sues for protection while voluntarily airing deeply personal royal family secrets on Netflix for profit. He hates the press until he needs it, like I say, and then he weaponizes it. That's his pattern. He accuses the media and the palace of being against him. Again, he does that. It's like he can't even think straight. I don't even like to give him an excuse. It's more than just being not the brightest. Room temperature IQ? He just gets these things in his head, like his family and the press are working together, and then he won't let it go. Even if they show Harry that doesn't make any sense. Like he tried to say that Prince William's £1 million payout because of the phone hacking scandal was a secret deal. And they're like, no, Harry, we all know about it. It's not a secret deal. That's not something that was orchestrated behind your back, but you can't convince Harry otherwise. It's frightening. I'm laughing, but it's frightening. It's uncomfortable to read, honestly. He's demanding legal remedies for alleged intrusion while invading his family's privacy on a massive scale. It's the ultimate double standard. His choice of witnesses has drawn criticism and raised questions about the strength of his cases. That's still ongoing and so interesting. Again, of course, the Sussexes deny this and call Bauer deranged conspiracy. Okay, let's talk some of the quotes from this chapter because, there's some good ones here. So this chapter picks up on page 193 if you're reading along with me. This was out of nowhere and kind of just interesting to me. Just, again, Meghanism. So, that clever coffee that Meghan helps push? Well, I think she says she's an investor. He doesn't really talk about that. He talks about how she picks up a couple of products that she's, I'm going to say allegedly, paid to promote, because why else would she do it? But what's interesting is, do you remember how she always puts out that this clever company is a, quote, woman-only corporation? Well, did you know that the co-founder of this company is male? Okay. I guess it's just whatever, again, their truth, right? Whatever suits their narrative. It's just basic things like that. They cannot tell the truth to save their life. They just hope that nobody will fact check or everybody will just believe them because, I would say they're royal adjacent. They're not even that anymore. They're just two weirdos that live in California, whatever. All right. Let's see, page 194. There's a quote here that Harry had told Tom Bradby that I thought was kind of funny, and it's, "We're dedicated to a life of service." No, you're not. Uh, and it's proven by everything that we're doing now with the work we do. No, it's not. Earning cash was irrelevant, Harry insisted. No, it's not. Liar, liar, thy pants are on fire. Thy red hair is on fire. Okay. Um, During this time, also, Meghan had signed up with Ari Emanuel at the William Morris Endeavor Talent Agency. The funny quote that I found here is, quote, "If Ari can't build her into a global brand, no one can." Well, I guess no one can then, because she's not a global brand. She's trying. She's trying. Good luck, Australia. She's trying. It's not happening. Goodness. So I wonder if Ari's resigned after that. He might want to think about a different career. All right. They go into as well how America's A-listers had chosen side, clearly choosing the royal family over those two, so their popularity continued to plummet. This was weird. So Harry and Meghan were pushing the children's titles. The king had not signed the, hold on, what's it called? I have it written down. I'm looking down at my notes to remember the name of it. It was the, I can't remember what it's called. It doesn't matter. It's like the articles that say, yes, we agree that Archie and Lily are prince and princess. He hadn't signed those. It's something that he would sign when he became king. He just hadn't signed them yet. Or when it wasn't even, I don't think that he was even coronated yet. It was before coronation. But anyway, did I use that word right? Coronated? Anyway, he hadn't been through coronation yet, but he was still able to sign. But Harry and Meghan announced it anyway before they were even prince and princess. Did you know that? When they did that, what did they do? They did a baptism in Los Angeles by the Reverend John Harvey Taylor. They went ahead and blessed them. Princess Lilibet Diana Mountbatten Windsor. And they put out in People magazine, they named them Prince and Princess, but the palace's official court ignored it because that wasn't actually the case yet. But then, again, listen, I'm not trying to throw fighting words at King Charles. I respect his position. I've been open about that. I have a letter from him back here. I'm a fan, and I support and respect the monarchy. Obviously, I'm a monarchist. I don't always agree with King Charles. I don't agree with his handling of Prince Harry. I understand that that's his son. It's a horrible position to be in, but I don't agree with King Charles. But I really didn't like this. They were dangling this eastward thing over him. They were announcing on their own that their kids were prince and princess. Remember, right after, what was it? I can't remember if it was when they're expecting, whoever was expecting kids, or if it was right after they were born. Meghan had said, oh no, we'll be denouncing titles for the kids because we want them to, I have it written down. It was like, we want them to live a normal life, something like that. Only trouble can come from the, oh, here you go. Yeah. Meghan's insistent, quote, Archie's birth, it was at Archie's birth that, quote, her children will not accept titles. From her experience, she explained, the titles caused a lot of pain. So she'd already insisted that and then was demanding titles. And again, the beauty of Tom Bower is the way he writes. He doesn't always tell you the exact answer, but the thing that I gathered from this is that King Charles does not like negative attention. Who does? But he really doesn't like it. And he didn't like that they're accusing them of the eastwards. And he didn't want further accusations. So he's like, fine, I'll give in. Even though they had previously said, or she had previously said, we won't be taking titles for them. By them announcing it, if King Charles hadn't acted, then they could, again, this is my opinion. What I'm gathering is that they could turn around and say, well, see, they're the Eastwards, even though they were trying to, I don't know, blackmail, what's the word, extort them into titles, whatever it is. It's infuriating. It really is. If you didn't know that they're the worst, I'm telling you, those two, Harry and Meghan, are the worst. All right. So King Charles gave in. Days later, Buckingham Palace officially recognized his grandchildren's titles. Instantly, Meghan then, this was interesting because I'd always wondered about the Sussex of it all. I'm on page 196. Quote, it was after the Buckingham Palace had done this. Quote, Meghan instructed her lawyers to change her kids' surnames from Mountbatten Windsor to Sussex. So there you go. So she may have actually changed their name to Sussex. I didn't know if she had, but she did. According to Tom Bauer, I tend to believe him on things. So if he says it, he's probably done his homework on that. All right. From there, there's a lot of Harry calling his father. Can you imagine? And King Charles was unavailable. Anytime they said that Tom Bauer is saying that anytime Harry would call, they were given he's unavailable. Would you like to leave a message? Which, of course, led to Harry's paranoia. This is where I came up with this cycle of Harry's, because it would feed into Harry's paranoia that the press and the family's working together. And then he would immediately turn around to the press, People magazine, and bash his family. He gave a story about the inflamed relations and his father's stubbornness after this, right after his kids were given titles. He is just, I'm sorry. Again, I've said before, I get tunnel vision when I get mad, so I repeat myself. I don't mean to, but he's the worst. He is an absolute blank. Now, your job in the comment is fill in the blank. There you go. He is, you can write Harry is, and then fill in the blank. That way I won't think you're calling me that. Okay. Sometimes I forget what question I asked, so I read them, I'm like, oh, what are they talking about? I'm like, oh yeah, I asked that question. Harry is a blank. All right. If you want to do bonus round, do Meghan is a blank. Okay. Let's see here. There was a thing where King Charles was supposed to go to France. The visit was canceled at the very last second due to there were some tensions going on in France. So King Charles canceled, and as a result, he had a couple of days free. Harry kept trying to see him, and knowing that had, would be the case, that he had a couple of days free, and King Charles still wouldn't see him. So I thought that was kind of funny. All right, continuing on. Let's get through this. A lot of this is court stuff. I will invite John Witherspoon on and see if he can explain some of this legal stuff. So I'm going to continue on. During this time, we're leading up to the coronation. So Harry was in London for one of his many court cases. And while he was there, he talked to some palace officials about his proposed presence at Coronation, which was to occur on 6th of May. I'm very British, 6th of May instead of May 6th. Okay. But no concessions were being made about his seating position in the Abbey, as well as it was about the Buckingham Palace balcony. They wouldn't give in to that. And so after the ceremony, he would specifically be driven to Heathrow to return immediately to California. He volunteered that Meghan would not come. Their official excuse was, quote, the clash of Archie's birthday. Then Tom Bauer points out that the final details weren't agreed with until he went back home to Montecito and ran it past Meghan first. I thought that was kind of funny. Let's see. Oh, there were stories at the time printed that Harry was wishing to reconcile. Tom Bauer says, nope, don't believe those stories. I mean, that's something we all say. But he had an interesting take on it and said Harry has no wish to live in Britain, not least because Meghan would refuse to join him. I'd like to know his reasoning there and if that's still the case now. Because if Harry and Meghan's relationship has thawed, I wonder if that's still the case, or if he's going to go the way of Andrew, where he's just in the back in the UK. I don't know. Meanwhile, Meghan was busy releasing photographs of herself. You know, she doesn't try to ride the coattails of the royal family. Yes, she does. That's all she does. And so she's doing that again. He's not even talking about the goofy ones. Remember? That was the face that Meghan made. With those coronation pictures. We're not there yet, but I'm saying like just she's releasing photos of herself, happy in California, trying to break free of Harry. Less and less with Harry, more on her own. Let's see. And then, oh, there's a brief mention. Remember when they went to the Lakers basketball game and it was so weird? I thought it was weird that Tom Bauer even brought this up because it really didn't seem to fit anything. But again, I think sometimes Tom Bauer leaves breadcrumbs and lets us do our own thinking. He just happened to bring up that she emerged from the shadows, quote, to stage her first public appearance of 2023 with Harry at the basketball game. And then he brings up that the kiss cam happened and it was reported that Meghan pulled away. Yes, she did. I don't get it. Those two couldn't stop being all over each other when it made no sense when they were the royal family. And then it finally makes sense. You know, a kiss cam, of course. You know, I get that. I can't stand them. I don't really want to see them kiss either. But I'm not just trying to be contrarian. I understand that on a kiss cam, you're gonna kiss, and she wouldn't kiss him. I thought that was so funny. That's so them. They're such idiots. All right. Anything else? Oh, just that Harry was convinced that Rupert Murdoch in the News UK was working with his family in secret. He couldn't prove it. He was just convinced of it. Okay, sure. I'm convinced that Greg Davis and Jamie Dornan are in a wrestling match over me. I can't prove it. There's no reason for me to think either of them even know I'm alive. But, you know, they want me so bad. They just keep fighting over me. Guys, calm down. I mean, my theory makes more sense than his does. How? I don't know. At least I've been in a room with Greg Davis. So, you know, mine's more plausible than Harry's. I got nothing. I got nothing on Harry's. All right, let's move on to the next chapter because, yeah. Okay. Coronation. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Coronation. I love Princess Anne so much. I really do. Princess Royal. She's fantastic. Isn't she? Let's do a high-level overview of this chapter, and then let's get into the good stuff, the quotes. All right. So, of course, Tom Bauer's covering King Charles III's coronation, May 2023. Can I interrupt this and remind you all? Because I've had a lot of new subscribers. Thank you for that. Welcome. In case you didn't know, I was there. I was at Coronation. Now, I have a couple pictures I'm going to show you, but let me just tell you, in case you didn't know, I've lost 150 pounds since then. Yes, it's taken me over 2 years to do it. And I'm so proud of my hard work. God, I sound like Meghan, but you know what I mean? I've really worked hard on it. I did it just by eating healthier, changing my whole lifestyle, working out, things like that. So I've done it slowly, but I feel fantastic. And let me show you. So I'm going to show you some coronation pictures with me, but hopefully I don't look the same. Here you go. And they look weird because they're cropped because I don't show private stuff. So like my mom's in one, you'll see another lady with my same long blonde hair. You'll see a small child with long blonde hair. Those are mine. The mom is my mom and the child is my child. So, and you'll see me with Lego Queen Elizabeth. So it's pretty cool. So anyway, it's me. I just a different me. So here you go. So there's my mom and I. We were at a restaurant in London when we were there for Coronation. See the lady with long blonde hair? That's my mom. Hi, Mom. She watches, so she'll be horrified. Now, she's okay with this one because she hates pictures of herself. That's why. And there I am. That was when, so the Gosling, I took my mom and the Gosling and we went to Coronation and then we went over to Paris for the day. So I believe this was actually this one I can't remember if this was, I think this is when we went to Paris. We went to Paris for a day. We spent some time around Coronation and we saw the military parades and stuff. It was just the coolest thing. I was so excited to be able to bring my Gosling and show her this part of history and be near it all. And Oh, it's just something I'll never forget. You can find coverage on my channel about my time at Coronation. It was wonderful, absolutely exciting. And here I am with Her Majesty the Late Queen. In case you didn't know, there's a huge toy store in London. Of course, I had to take my Gosling, and it's like 6 floors, this Hamley's toy store, and they have a Lego Her Majesty the Late Queen there. And I thought that was the coolest thing. So there she is and her corgi. Love it. Okay, since I'm talking about it anyway, let me remind you, I do have a second channel. It's Goose Adventures, and that's where I'm detailing what I did to lose the weight, some motivational strategies, before and after pictures, things like that. So you can find me over there. I haven't uploaded a little bit, but I have not abandoned this channel. I'm coming back. It's been a crazy couple of months, but I'm getting back there. I love that channel and I love the flock so much. All right, continuing on. Coronation. Here we go. So again, the idea is the coronation, Prince Harry was mad because he's receiving a minimal role, even though he's a private citizen now, right? I mean, you can't have it both ways. They said you can't be in and out. You're either in or you're out. So Harry has clearly chosen his side, bashed his family a bunch, and then is shocked about his treatment. He shouldn't have been invited to the thing. I know. I understand King Charles and why he would invite Harry. If I was Prince William, I would be PO'd, I think. Anyway, the Sussexes, they expected a prominent, meaningful role, but were deliberately sidelined. No major duties, limited seating, clear emotional coldness. There were days before and after of celebrations that Harry was not invited to. Meghan's decision to skip the event, officially for Archie's birthday, but widely seen as a snub or a face-saving move. I think it's neither. I think she thought it would be a snub. I'm sure the royal family was like, she's not welcome anyway. And also, like, why in the world would she think she deserved an invitation to that thing? Why does Harry think he deserves an invitation for that thing? But I can make more of a case for Harry than Meghan. The chapter is tying back to their patterns. It's even at a historic event like this, they're focused on themselves. They're focused on their own grievances. They're not showing any respect or unity whatsoever. They claim they want privacy and freedom from royal duties. And yet, again, here's Harry showing up expecting special royal treatment. He's a special boy. They trash the institution and family publicly through Netflix, Spare, everything else, and then act victimized when the family responds with distance. And while doing all this, still clinging on to those titles and then insisting their children get them, even though previously they had stated they wouldn't. The controversies include, Sussex and supporters, the mediocre mafia, calling the family's treatment cold and exclusionary. Royal watchers saw it as justified and self-protection after years of attacks from those two. I think the chapter fuels debate about whether Harry still secretly hopes for a return to royal life. I just think he's so delusional. He expects an apology. They talk about that over and over. He expects an apology from his family. Like, the amount of delusion this guy has. I feel like I'd be happier if I went through my life that delusional, because he just believes what he wants to believe and it's his truth. Now let's get into some quotes from this chapter. This chapter is 21, Coronation. It picks up on page 205. So Harry was happy because, at least as agreed, he got some protection. Okay. He had armed policemen drive him to Frogmore for his last night at that house. Continuing on, let's see. So there's an interesting part in here. Tom Bauer puts that, I'm trying to word it nicely because some people don't like it when I talk like this, but I would say understandably so, King Charles is questioning his own popularity. I get that, but I also hate that Harry has any kind of impact on anything, but it did. Tom Bauer talks about that. So I have to, we have to admit that it did have some impact on King Charles and Queen Camilla. But what it did not impact is William and Catherine. They openly talk about that. William and Catherine, their popularity is what's guaranteeing the succession. And the slimmed down monarchy so much depended on them. to take on the responsibility of as patrons of 1,000 charities and organizations. So from here we go into Meghan claims the reason she wasn't going to go to this coronation is because, quote, she was irate that the king had failed to answer her concerns, okay, about being racially abused by the royal family. Amid the froth, no one published an alternative perspective to this situation. So this is how Tom Bauer phrases this. Ready? Quote, that Meghan was contemptuous of the royal family, both the individuals themselves and their traditions. To many, it reasoned that Meghan wouldn't give an audience to people that didn't respect her. And to others, it seemed that, quote, she lacked the courage to face the people she had lambasted so publicly in the Netflix series 6 months earlier. By contrast, Harry seemed to have no qualms about facing those he had repeatedly trashed. Yeah, that about sums it up. So again, Tom Bauer is giving both perspectives. We're supposed to draw our own conclusion, but come on. She's a big fat coward. Okay. Plus, she'd have to curtsy to Catherine. She wouldn't do that. She's too scared. She can sling mud, but All right. This was funny. Did you know that Prince Andrew, quote, scathingly dismissed Meghan as an opportunist? All right. If Prince Andrew, at the time Prince Andrew, now just Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, is questioning you, then you done a lot of stuff wrong. Because hello, he's calling her an opportunist. Just let that sink in. That should tell you that stuff's seriously wrong there, because hello. All right. Tom Bauer talks about how Harry shows up in an unimpressed, not unimpressed, I would say unimpressed look on his face, but unpressed Dior morning suit. I said the same thing. It looked like he slept in that suit. It's like, I'm going to be angry. He was like an angry toddler that picked out their own clothes that morning. You're like, what is he doing? It's his father's coronation. And he shows up with what we could see of a scowl. Hold on. Allow me. Remember, he was making faces like that behind the feather. I love Princess Anne. He was making scowls behind the feather, and he was all wrinkled and making like faces and stuff, and then staring at the back of Prince William's head. I wish Prince William had reached up to scratch his head. Like, I know he's not as petty as I am, but I would have been like, anyway. Harry then goes on to say, quote, I'm fed up with the way they treat me. You were at your father's coronation. After publicly bashing them over and over, the fact that you were even there, you have no right to complain about anything. Oh, Princess Anne allegedly was asked if she should remove her hat, and she was told by, hold on. Oh, it doesn't say by who. It just says she was told no. Good for them. Good for her. Good for them. Okay. Continuing on, Harry's visible irritation. What else is new? After that, William, of course, stepped forward to congratulate his father, and you do a solemn ritual where you pay homage. He knelt before his father, the king, pledged his loyalty, so help me God, and then kissed his father on the cheek. Harry saw, quote, an unusual bond, an intense relationship, the same one he had sacrificed and, quote, now sought to destroy. I mean, is that not the perfect description? That's it. He's seeking to destroy them. The king saw Harry as his greatest threat to the British monarchy. Probably not wrong there. And 35 minutes after coronation ended, Harry was back at Heathrow. He spent a mere 29 hours in Britain. I guess after, Harry threw his little temper tantrum and he's gone bye-bye. So there were private celebrations, of course, for King Charles. Apparently, he proposed several toasts, including one to his grandchildren. He's said to have He's said to have said, quote, on his 4th birthday to Archie, wherever he is. A guest would later reveal that Prince William had decided that afternoon not to invite Harry to his coronation. They would never be reconciled. Juicy! I hope that's the case. I do. I feel like that's the case, but I hope, yeah. That sounds weird to say it like that, but I'm saying, like, good for William. I understand where he's coming from. And of course, he's looking out for himself, his family, his wife, all the people that Harry and Meghan have trashed. So there's that. And then the chapter ends by Prince William gave a speech that night at Windsor Castle. Remember, there was concerts that night. And he offered a short speech that rebuked the Sussexes, including that his father, quote, has always understood people of all faiths, backgrounds, and all communities deserve to be celebrated and supported. And then he proclaims, God save the king. And that's it. That's how they end. That one was juicy. I like Coronation a lot. I thought that was good. That was a good put Harry in his place. I don't think Harry should have been allowed, but again, for King Charles, I get it. That was a good point. Harry in his place. Meghan wasn't invited situation, and Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, continue to shine. I love that I was able to be there. That makes me so happy being part of the history, and that it was amazing. It was absolutely incredible to witness all that, see all the people gathered to. I had chills just walking around and being a part of it, and it's just this memory that I'll never forget, and something my Gosling will never forget as well. It's so meaningful to me. That's right. We're going into the near catastrophic car chase. And I thought I would have Cantankerous here with me to help demonstrate how like the bodyguards were during this time, but he's so embarrassed that he's hiding behind Princess Anne's red plume right there. But anyway, oh, I have such a good episode. We're covering chapter 22 in Betrayal. Chapter 22 is called The Chase. And because it's so funny to me, I thought, let's just make it a one-off episode and just really dive deep into this near catastrophic car chase. So Jen hurts from laughing. And on a funny side note, in yesterday's video, I wore a gold top and I wasn't even thinking about it. I should have saved that for today because this is when Meghan wore that gold dress. But fear not, I had something else gold in my closet, so I put it on and there we go. Oh man, let's get into this. If you're new here, I'm Jen. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the thumbs up and leave me comments, as all of those helps YouTube to recommend my videos. I sincerely appreciate it. A huge thank you to everybody who's been using that hype button. It means the world to me. You guys are doing so much to help, and the feedback has been incredible. I just can't thank you enough for the lovely comments. I've had so many of you say this is your favorite kind of videos that I do. And guess what? It's mine too. So thank you. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate it. All right, let's jump into the chase. Now, what if you're new here and you're like, what's with all the hurt stuff? What's going on? What's with the gold? Well, allow me. We're going to be talking, and I did lighten this photo so you could see it, but the near catastrophic car chase, or as I like to call it, sleepy, smirky, and dopey. Because hello, look at this. This is them fearing for their lives. You know, when you're so scared for your life, people are chasing you, according to them, at 80 miles per hour. And yet a photographer can get a still shot. Mom can fall asleep. Sleepy can sleep. Smirky can smirk. And Dopey can do whatever he's doing. I think he thinks he's filming the paparazzi, but he's probably just like filming himself or Meghan. Who knows? Anyway, we're going to dive all into this, and I'm excited to get into it. So let's talk chapter 22. Now, as I say every time, this book is amazing. I'm enjoying it so much. I can't recommend it enough. It's so good. I keep getting asked, Jen, how'd you get it? I had some strings pulled behind the scenes. That's the only reason I have it now. I'm hearing that it's very difficult to get in America. I'm not trying to gatekeep. If I had a way for you to get it, I'd tell you. I don't. But keep going, because we want to keep this thing number one. And I do hear it's going to become available in America. I just don't know when. but it's fantastic. And yes, even if you're reading along with me, still read that book because there's so many details that he gives. It's just so good. All right. Chapter 22, The Chase. And as I always say, I'm going to look down at my notes. I'm going to look down because I have my notes right here. I feel like I want to put this up somewhere though, because it's all about the Hertz counter. I can't stop laughing about this, the Hertz counter. I was trying to see if I could stick it somewhere, but it's fine. I'll just keep it here. How about, no, I'm just kidding. I'll keep it here. Hurts. It hurts so good. It hurts so much from laughing. All right, let me do a chapter overview here and just talk about it a little bit, and then we'll get into it. So chapter 22 might be the most ridiculous and revealing chapter in this book so far. Revealing in terms of how silly those two are. I would say the funeral chapter is the most revealing about how horrible they are. This one's just ridiculous. I feel like this is like God or the universe or whatever sending me the comedic relief that I needed after that chapter. But this one is the most ridiculous. Easy for me to say. Ridiculous so far in terms of just this slow moving paparazzi. I don't even know what you call it. Hassle at worst in New York traffic into a near catastrophic car chase. Now you'll notice anytime I say this, I do it like that. And what's funny is even before I showed myself, if you're new here, there were years where I went not on camera. So I would just do the voice. I'm telling you, that's something I've always done. When I say it, I always say near catastrophic car chase. And by the way, I feel like I'm a better actress than Meghan is, but it's my near catastrophic car chase. So now when you say near catastrophic car chase, you have to do the hands like that. Straight out of a movie or just a really crappy script. Because if somebody had this in a movie, nobody would believe it. But as you can imagine, sorry, I have something in my eye. It's driving me crazy. I think I held that paper up and like got some of my. Anyway, if somebody wrote this in a movie, nobody would believe it. It's that ridiculous. So this was May 2023. As you may or may not know, they had been to a charity event in Manhattan. This is the one with Gloria Steinem. It was the Miss Foundation for Women. Okay. And by all accounts, including Tom Bowers, it had actually gone okay for them. Meghan had kept her speech down to something like, I don't know, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that, which is pretty good for her. She only mentioned herself 75 times instead of 100. I'm just kidding. I don't know how many times, but you can imagine. And by all accounts, it had gone well. People were okay with them. They're still down in the popularity polls, but, for them, the event hadn't gone too bad. Well, they're like, don't worry, we can wreck that. Pun very much intended. We can wreck that real easily. Don't worry. So we got a picture like this from the event. This is when they were leaving. And all I said was, what the heck? Can you imagine? No security guard would treat Catherine, Princess of Wales like this. Unless there was imminent danger and they had to like pull you out of the way. Why is that guy's hand where it is, right above her butt? I'm sorry, it's touching her butt. I'm just gonna say it. It's touching her butt. And I just find that so weird. I really do. I'm not just nitpicking. I'm telling you, there's something very fishy about this. And people talked about it. I don't care. I see the wedding ring. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying it's weird, right? It's weird. That's a weird dynamic. You wouldn't. Again, I would think that even if you're in imminent danger, they'd pull you close to him, they'd do something, but why is his hand there? I would have a real problem with that. I just think that's so weird. And so it just kind of a symptom of the overall weirdness of the Sussexes. One of many things that's weird about them. But that always just made me feel really uncomfortable seeing that. Anyway, so they're leaving the event and they get escorted out. Now, Doria was with them at this event, as we see. She takes a nap in the car during the near catastrophic car chase. And so they're walking out to the car. Okay. They get in the car. And then there it goes. I mean, I'm gonna talk about it from the chapter, but I'm just like, what in the world? I just couldn't. I remember hearing this thinking, what? So I've been to New York a bunch of times. I'm sure a lot of us have. You can't, they talk about a 2-hour chase at 80 miles per hour. Well, if you've ever been to New York, if you've ever even seen a movie of New York, you understand that's not a thing. That traffic is so crazy. Believe me, I've been lucky enough to go places like London and I mean, just all different kinds of places where you think crazy traffic. New York has some crazy, I've driven around Atlanta, like that's got some crazy traffic. New York has some crazy traffic. Um, you can't drive 80 miles per hour in New York. Yes, it's a lot of drive fast, stop, but it's not, you cannot drive for 80 miles per hour. And they said for 2 hours. It's so nuts. But they say it went on for 2 hours, that near catastrophic car chase with aggressive paparazzi on scooters, bikes, and cars. Riddle me this, Batman. How would a scooter keep up at 80 miles per hour as they claim? You can't make this stuff up. Again, their stories never make any sense. Complete with, quote, multiple near collisions and life-threatening danger. These are things that they've claimed. Okay. Well, their official statement, again, called it near catastrophic, said that they were relentlessly pursued and even tried to link it to Princess Diana's death. Okay. Harry later doubled down in his interviews, insisting it was terrifying and that the paparazzi were trying to cause a crash. Now, let me remind you of this too. During the same time, he had one of his 1 billion court cases that I can't keep straight going on. What's it about? Trying to get security paid for. You can't make that up either. Come on. We know what you're doing. We see it. We know what you're doing. In my opinion, I have to say that, right? No, seriously, in my opinion, come on. We have brains. We can see what you're doing. You're trying to say, oh, it's dangerous. We need security. Now, I had heard an interesting theory. I'll just say it's an opinion. I don't know. Somebody had suggested that what if Meghan was in on this and Doria was in on this, but they didn't tell Harry? That way, Harry would have an authentic panic reaction. Meghan would be smirking like she did, and Doria would be sleeping like she did. So, yeah, what if Harry didn't know? What if they were just stroking his panic, his paranoia, and Doria and Meghan had cooked this up? I wouldn't put it past them. It's just a theory, but I think there's something to it. So, then he would be able to honestly not have claimed to cook it up. And if he wasn't very bright, then he wouldn't have to lie. He'd say, I didn't know, they were chasing us. And maybe Doria and Meghan mastermind. I don't know, just a theory. Okay, continuing on. So, oh God, there's so much to this. I'm trying to look at my notes and think about this. So it was a slow-moving traffic in the middle of New York City, not a high-speed chase. The taxi driver himself later said, quote, he never felt in danger and called the whole thing overblown. Oh, that's where I was going. So yeah, at the same time this case was going on in the UK, where Harry was suing to try to be able to pay for, I think at this point he was trying to pay for his own protection. And Ravik had said, no, we can't set that precedent. You can't pay for it. Remember, Ravik is the governing body. It's outside of the royal family and they make the decisions. It has to do with royal and very important, I forget what the letters stand for, but it's royal and very important something protection. Okay. And so they make the decision who needs what kind of security protection, that sort of thing. And Harry's like, well, just let me pay for it. And they're like, no, we can't have officers that risk their life just because you want an entourage, you prick. They didn't say that. I filled that in. Anyway, you prince. So anyway, so that was going on. And so it just seems like this was a PR stunt, in my opinion, a PR stunt for publicity and to prove that they're important and that they need protection. I think all of that is just too coincidental to be ignored. But again, the taxi driver is like, no, that's not, it didn't. Yeah. No collisions, no injuries, no arrests, no police sirens, no helicopters, just NYC traffic. And come on, again, it's New York City. They're pretending like, okay, I'm not saying they're celebrities, but let's pretend like they're celebrities, minor celebrities at best, whatever. They're pretending like in New York City, people don't see celebrities. Come on. It's a thing. Most of them are what? Either in New York, California, and I think, again, I go back to Atlanta, I think some in Atlanta, that sort of thing. So there are these spots where people are used to seeing celebs. So it wouldn't even be that big of a deal. It really wouldn't be. So again, this is just another reason why this makes less than no sense. Clearly, it was a PR stunt, in my opinion. Bauer showing that it wasn't an organic safety scare. Even the New York Police NYPD described it as challenging due to the photographers, but nothing close to what the Sussexes claim. I want to go into a specific, I'll say, lie that it seems like that they were telling during this time, and Bauer's brutal take on it, because I think it's interesting. But overall, I just want you to understand this was just, in my opinion, a PR stunt. In Tom Bauer's opinion, too, a PR stunt for publicity. It was right after the string of bad press. Netflix was underperforming, Archetypes was flopping, Spare was backlashing. They're issuing dramatic public statements and pushing this "we were almost killed" narrative to regain sympathy and headlines. It's just what they do. Their victimhood marketing is just what they do. It's what we know out of them. People were tired of their constant drama and their poor us story. So as you can imagine, and as you lived through it, this thing massively backfired. People really turned on them after this. The over-the-top language made them look just dishonest and attention-seeking. Hello, that's the words I'd use to describe them. Even some of their former supporters said that this incident made them seem out of touch and desperate for sympathy, attention, all the things. Bauer went in to note that it was damaging to their credibility more than almost everything else. The public started rolling their eyes instead of feeling sorry for them. I keep going into the hypocrisy of it all because the hypocrisy fascinates me. And the hypocrisy angle here, tied back to earlier chapters of the book, is they excuse me. This is how they show their kids. So this is how I show them. But they constantly complain about invasive paparazzi and media intrusion to destroy their privacy. Yet they keep doing these high-profile public events and media stunts to guarantee photographers will show up. They weaponize those same photographers for sympathy when it suits them. All right, let's talk specifics of this chapter because I think you'll find this interesting. Some of the stuff that I didn't know that Bauer goes into. Again, I'm on chapter 22, The Chase. I'm on page 210. In fairness, the chase could have been describing when Meghan was chasing Harry. Okay. Something interesting that I didn't realize is that according to Bauer, I'm summarizing here, the bodyguards were kind of antagonizing the paparazzi. The paparazzi had waited out, I don't think just for Harry and Meghan, but just for people coming in because it was a pretty celeb heavy event. So they had been waiting outside for a long time to try to get photographs. And they go into how normally those two love photographers, but in this instance, they had photographers blocking their shots. So that way they couldn't get photographs of the two of them. And people found that very odd. Again, if I was cynical, I'd say it's almost like they were baiting the photographers to try to follow them to maybe create a catastrophe. So again, what if the theory, just a theory, that Meghan had set this up was the case and she instructed the bodyguards to do something like that? And again, according to Bauer, I'm putting down my notes. According to Bauer, they were antagonizing the photographers. So what if they were doing that? I'm not saying that they should be chased in a car. Nobody's saying that. But I don't think they were chased in a car. I think that we got photos like, again, allow me, of Dopey, Smirky, and Sleepy here at a clear, I don't know, vantage point because they weren't chased in a car. They were just in a car. Now, I haven't even gotten to the weirdest part yet. It gets weirder. Let's see here. So we talked about, the Hertz thing, by the way, if you're new here, the reason that that's funny is because they had gone to this, I keep calling it MS. It's not, it's Miss. It's the Gloria Steinem thing to accept an award, but they entered through a Hertz office. It was so weird. They were trying to be all secretive, but they entered through a Hertz office. So there's all these photos of them hanging out around a Hertz counter, and she happened to wear gold that day. Hertz's colors are black and gold. So that was kind of funny. Because he was in a black suit and she was in gold. So they literally dressed like the Hertz counter. I think Doria was wearing a black dress as well. So they dressed like the Hertz counter. Can't make that up. So I dressed like the Hertz counter. And then I started thinking, what's that song? Hurts so good. And then I was singing it like Hurts so good. Anyway, so there's that. Okay, let's talk about the weird thing. One of the many weird things. Here's the quote from Tom Bauer. I'm on page 213. The security guys egged on the paparazzi. A few photographers were more than furious. So it seems like there were some stoking some flames there. Okay, let's continue on because I want to get into the weirdness that I didn't realize. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, the police are describing it as, quote, oh, even the mayor, Eric Adams, described it as, quote, a bit chaotic, but there were no collisions, injuries, or threats. That's the thing those two don't think about. Their stories, lies, whatever you want to call it, they have real world consequences. They think the whole world revolves around them. But if you're saying there was a 2-hour, 80-mile-per-hour car chase in New York, you're trying to make the NYPD look bad. You're trying to make the governing bodies look bad, the people that live there look bad, all that stuff, and people are going to speak up and say, no, we wouldn't allow that. We would have stopped that, whatever. But, doesn't it make their security agents look bad too? They don't care. Okay, so here's where it gets weird. And I'd forgotten some of this and some of this I didn't know. So they're claiming that, let me point this out too. Okay, so Backgrid, funny enough, the ones that Harry and Meghan allegedly like to call a lot to get their photos made, they happened to get some of these photos, but they got them on their own behalf, it sounds like. Not that they were hired by Harry and Meghan. So after all this, Harry tries to order Backgrid to hand over the photos, and Backgrid's like, no, we don't work like that. You're not royal here. You don't tell us what to do. There are photos. Piss off, which I love. And it's funny to me because, again, in my opinion, it appears that Meghan seems to like to work with Backgrid. So it's funny that they told him no. Anyway, but from the reports, according to, funny enough, Backgrid, Harry's SUVs were the ones driving reckless, quote, zigzagging, coming close to other cars and blocking off streets. It wasn't the paparazzi. It was them driving like jerks. So that was interesting. Okay. After driving for 45 minutes, according to Tom Bauer, the Sussexes headed to this police station. It was on 67th Street. Okay. It was the 19th Precinct Police Station. Wow. They claim, Harry and Meghan claim, that they went into the station. They talked to the officers about what was going on. And then they emerged and hailed a cab. That doesn't make any sense. Well, according to the precinct's police chief, whose name is Mike Lombardi, he says, quote, the Sussexes he knew never entered the police station. So they say they went in, and he's like, no, the police chief is saying no. In fact, it goes further to explain there was a police officer that was hanging out outside, and he claims to have saw them and said, quote, Harry and Meghan got carried away. The paparazzi got carried away. The media got carried away. I think that's being kind. All a single policeman posted outside the precinct station saw was, quote, the Sussexes getting into a yellow cab. So it sounds like they just pulled up into the parking lot, hailed a yellow cab, got in, and that's where we meet our new best friend. What was his name? I won't be able to say his name right. It's Sukhcharnsingh. So I'll just call him Singh, I think is how you say his last name. He recalled 2 cars following him, but he wouldn't call it a chase. Quote, I never felt like I was in danger. They kept their distance. Again, if you felt like you had been in a near catastrophic car chase, why would you get out of the security of a blacked out SUV or whatever it was that they were in, one of their arranged cars, to get in a yellow cab? You can't make that make any sense whatsoever. Why would you leave the police station? Wouldn't you stay there until you felt like the threat had passed? You can't. Again, it makes no sense. Let's see here. Oh, and then Harry's team goes further and briefs the New York Times, which they ended up misreporting, quote, the couple got home by police convoy without having their location discovered. Again, it's since come out that's not what happened. Police didn't escort them home. Again, this is Harry's people briefing this. Police didn't escort them home. They rode around in a yellow cab. Hang on, for 10 minutes. They rode around for 10 minutes. And then the gentleman who drove said no photographer approached the stationary vehicle. He was paid 17 for the fare, plus he got a $50 tip. Then they got back into the SUV, headed uptown alone. They were staying at that, what's her friend's name? Victoria Jackson. I think she's a makeup artist or something to do with makeup. Her brownstone in the Upper East Side. Near catastrophic car chase. You can never trust anything those two say. They say these crazy things and then their actions never. It's all lies. It's all lies. And then when they were called out on, hey, the stuff you're saying didn't seem to happen, the spokesman said, quote, it would be abhorrent to suggest it was a PR stunt. So again, nothing's ever their fault. They're mad that anybody would dare suggest that this was a PR stunt paid for by Hertz. No, I'm teasing. Hertz had nothing to do with it. It's just funny because they happened to walk in. Hertz is probably like, oh God, don't associate us with those clowns. Good God. Anyway, again, the whole thing of this that I want to underline, exclamation point, that Tom Bauer points out, page 215, quote, his, meaning Harry's, Harry expects, and I would say Meghan too, they expect, quote, being believed without question. They always want that. They say these things, they expect that people will believe their stories, hook, line, and sinker, with no question, no exceptions. So again, afterwards, Harry was demanding that Backgrid surrender their photos, and Backgrid was like, no. They told Harry that, let's see, what was it? England's royal prerogative, quote, had been rejected by America more than 200 years earlier. I thought that was pretty great. I love England, but yeah, it's pretty great. Undeterred, Harry demanded an investigation into whether the police should have done more. The NYPD looked into it and said no. So then Harry called, he's such a prince. He called the district attorney in Manhattan, Well, he demanded that photographers be prosecuted. For what? I don't know. So then the DA said, well, the incident was, quote, unfortunate. The journey seems like it was, quote, stressful for passengers. The photographers were, quote, unpleasant, but not criminal. So again, nothing. Not a near-death experience, it sounds like. And once again, Harry's truthfulness started to be doubted. I would say Harry and Meghan's both. So, yeah, that was it. Oh, God. No, that's not it. It gets bad. I'm not going to joke about this part because this makes me absolutely sick. Right after this, it was 1 week. 1 week after this car chase, that's when the Uvalde thing happens. And if you don't know what that is, that's a tragedy that happened at a school here in America. And that's when Meghan went. I can't even talk about that because that actually makes me sick. I can't. So I'll talk about that separately. But right now I'm just focused on the near catastrophic car chase. But I'm just letting you know what happened in the time frame. That's about then. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this here because that's it. That's about as dumb as I can handle. I've hit my maximum of dumb right now. I really have. Life is kicking me in the head right now. This is exactly what I needed to turn it around. There you go. That's a lot of dumb. That's a lot of dumb. All right. I'm going to leave this here. I need you to chime in. I need some car chase puns. I need some hurts so good. I need some hurts jokes. I need I need to hear what you would call the near catastrophic car chase. I would call it traffic congestion. Let's make each other laugh. Let's turn this day around. Yeah. That's right. We are picking up and carrying on. Now, let me tell you, if you missed the last one, go back and watch it. That was chapter 22. And that was about the near catastrophic car chase. You're not going to want to miss that one. I had so much fun doing that. So I decided to carry the fun over into this one because today's episode, chapter 23, is cross-examination, and it goes into Harry's phone hacking case. So Jen may have hacked your phone. I actually almost made my name Jen Hacked Harry's phone, but I thought, that guy's so stupid. He will take it seriously and think that I hacked his phone and probably try to sue me. So instead, I'm hacking into your phone. What do you say? I'm not going to do anything crazy or malicious. I'm just going to leave some honks in your voicemail, and there you go. Honk, honk. So we're going to be covering chapter 23 titled Cross-Examination and chapter 24 titled Blow Up. All right, let's get into this. If you're new here, I'm Jen. Please do make sure you're subscribed as I push to that 200,000 mark, and leave me comments, hit the hype button. All those things really do help YouTube to recommend the video. Now, I started dressing in themes. The last video I dressed in gold for the Hertz counter, which, by the way, I decided I need to keep that sign, Hertz. Today, I'm a phone hacker, so I am futuristic. Look at me. I usually do like gold, but today I'm doing like silver and phone hackery. I don't know what a phone hacker looks like. Hold on. Wait for it. Oh, I'm hacking this phone here with this picture of this cute kid that happens to look like me. Oh, I'm hacking. Anyway, let's get into this. See, at least I make myself laugh. All right, let's talk. So if you're new here, what I like to do is I go into the chapter overview. So I'll do that. I'll hit what the chapters were about, and then I've got notes on it and some of my favorite quotes. Oh, and spoiler alert, we're going to read the full quote from Bill Simmons. It's so much better than I even realized. He's the one that said lazy grifters. Oh, he said a lot more than that, and it's hilarious. I can't wait to meet my new boyfriend, Bill, when I hack his phone. I'm just kidding. No, I can't wait to talk about that part. But in the meantime, let's talk cross-examination. Pulling up my notes here. So that is chapter 23, Harry versus the Mirror Group. This was picking up on page, looking at my notes, 218. Okay. Chapter 23. Let's talk about this. I love Tom Bower's writing so much. I actually love this chapter. I don't always love the court case ones on Harry because sometimes it's just, I don't know if it's partially over my head or if I just don't care about Harry. It's probably both. It's hard for me to, like, there's only so much of his whining that I can take. I find Meghan's antics fascinating. Her, alleged narcissism and things like that, I find fascinating. He just is whiny and dim, and I can only take so much of him. But I will say this chapter was really good. So the beauty of Tom Bower is his writing. He's an excellent writer. As I continue to say, he doesn't always spell it out. He'll lead you to things and let you figure out what he's saying. This one he wrote, this is just my opinion. In my opinion, he wrote this chapter a little bit differently, and he did a really good job with it. It kind of kept me on the edge of my seat because he goes into the chapter almost making you, I don't know how to explain it. He writes it the beginning part one way, but then he does a twist in the middle and it's good. And I'll get into what I'm talking about here, but I just got to say, I got to give Tom Bower credit for that because he wrote this chapter really well. So it focuses on Harry's high court trial. I know he's got so many, you have to keep them straight. This one was against the Mirror Group newspapers, MGN. It was in 2023. This one, again, was phone hacking, but this was the one with the voicemails and Chelsea Davy play. You know what I mean? Like a lot of that had to do with it. This one, he accused them of unlawful information gathering and illegal surveillance over many years. He took the witness stand and was subjected to this intense cross-examination, and that's what we're getting in this chapter, okay? So he presented himself as this lifelong victim of this ruthless tabloid institution, okay, claiming that the Mirror's actions caused him deep emotional harm and invaded his privacy from a young age. Well, this is where I'm going with this twist. So Tom Bower, leading into it, really goes into Harry's accusations about how they would, hold on, I have it here. They would go, he calls them a rabid mob. They would go after everybody and anyone and lots into the deep phone hacking stuff that we had already heard about. You know, I mean, just the phone hacking you grew up hearing about, where these so-called journalists would, tap in and hear voicemails and private things and then publish them, that sort of thing. So he was convinced that it was happening to him as well. Okay. So Tom Bower leads you into this, kind of explaining what had happened to other people, where personal sensitive calls, even to Diana, personal sensitive information sounds like it was obtained and listened, and these horrible journalists were, really getting into some sick private things. Okay. Well, with Harry's, he's convinced that it's happened to him, and then that's where we get the twist. We get him on the stand, and Tom Bower even goes into previously this group had settled and paid out. Yeah, so here it is. They'd paid out, I'm going to say big fat allegedly. I like Tom Bower, like he does a great job on his homework, but I'm just going to say, because of all this legal stuff, I'll say this is what Tom Bower's reporting, that they had paid out 105 million pounds in compensation and costs to 600 claimants because of their previous practices, allegedly hiring private investigators to hack in the voicemails. Do you see what I'm saying? So therein lies Tom Bower's building up of the story. And you think, oh God, that's horrible. And 600 claimants and all this money paid out and all this. And then they get doofus on the stand. I'm sorry. No, you know what? I'm not sorry. I was going to say, I don't mean to laugh. I do mean to laugh. He is a doofus. They get him on the stand And he can't even form a sentence, it sounds like. The way Tom Bauer's explaining it, like, he's led us up to all of this. And then it's on page, here we go. It's on page 223 in the book. And I'm just like highlighting like a maniac and writing twist on it and starring and underlining and everything. Because all of a sudden, yeah, Harry gets up on the stand, and with him, the mirror group. Okay, let me just say this. I know I'm hesitating a lot. I'm just trying to paraphrase in my own words. This is how I understood this. Everybody else, the mirror group, was like, yeah, this is just my opinion. Mirror group's like, yeah, we fucked up. We shouldn't have, we shouldn't have hacked you. Oh, here's a big pile of cash. Harry gets up there and they're like, what are you talking about? Show us where we hacked you. And he can't do it. This is where he's like, I just have this feeling. And the judge is like, okay, we're going to need a little bit more than that, Harry. And so, okay, again, I'm on page 223, and I'm going ahead and giving you the quote here. I normally would give you the outline and then get to the quotes, but the quote here is so good. With every confrontation that they were, bringing up, and everything that he was accusing this mirror group of, their lawyers would get up there and say, okay, like, tell us about it. How can you, what are you thinking happened? How can you prove this? Harry's reply was, quote, I don't know. I wasn't aware. I honestly can't remember. And so they would ask him for, okay, we're going to need something here, Harry. You brought this big case. Tell us what you think. Show us on the doll what happened. And Harry, quote, would say, I can't be sure. You'd have to ask the journalists themselves. That's not how court works. You're accusing them of this stuff. You need to be able to tell them what you're accusing them of. Tom Bauer said he was unable to concentrate. And then he calls Harry the champion of my truth. So then Harry insisted, quote, every single one of these articles played a destructive role in my growing up. But then he admitted, quote, he had not read the newspapers at the time. What are we talking about? What are we doing? Why are you wasting everybody's time? It ruined your childhood, but you don't know what they said and you haven't read them? What? Anybody else want to just shake him? Okay, because I do. Anyway, let me get back to the chapter overview because this is important, and then I want to get into some more of these quotes. But I just want you to understand the beauty of this chapter because I really did enjoy it in the way that Tom wrote this one. He did a good job of highlighting how Harry just didn't understand and struggled under this questioning. He would become defensive. He would become emotional, and he was unable to provide clear answers. I would say when challenged, but it didn't even seem to be that he needed to be challenged. They would just say, okay, explain your side, Harry. He's like, I don't know, ask my lawyer. All right, Harry. He couldn't talk about timelines or specific allegations. He wasn't sure. It's a moment where Harry's finally facing some sort of accountability and he can't handle it. He can only do these controlled situations, controlled interviews. He can't handle it if things are even perceived negative against him. And therein lies the commonality between he and Meghan, because it seems to be that they're wired up similarly in both of these instances. They can't handle anything negative about them. Even a question that might challenge, like, why are we here, Harry? Oh. All right. So let's talk hypocrisies. Harry's suing the Mirror for, quote, destroying his privacy through illegal methods. But again, he can't really pinpoint. I will say, just so we know, and so it's fair and clear, he did win this case. Tom Bauer goes on to explain the way he feels like he won is because traditionally the judges do side with royal family members and against media. So And this is the first time a royal family member has taken somebody like this to court. But in general, they side with the royal family privacy and against media. So that's how Tom Ballard felt like he won. And while it was a legal victory, I'll give Harry that, he won £140,000. Let that sink in. How much do you think his lawyer fees were? I'm guessing a little bit more than £140,000. Tom Ballard goes into all the work that had to go into combing through phone records and cross-checking. Okay, how did they obtain this? And where did they obtain this? And what story is this? And who would have gotten it? And, like, it's a big deal and lots of money. So while Harry won on paper, Harry didn't win this case. Okay, let's talk. So the controversy here, no, I'm sorry, the hypocrisy. He's suing for destruction of his privacy through illegal methods, but I mean, again, destroying privacy. You want to talk about that? Should we go through Spare, Netflix, everything else, all the private details that they've given up on the royal family, including intimate details about arguments, texts, family dynamics, William's manhood, things like that. I mean, through paid media deals. So complete hypocrites. He claims the press caused him lifelong trauma, but he can't pinpoint exactly what it was, and then admits that he didn't read it. And he's continuing to court global media attention whenever it benefits him financially or helps him attack the royals, especially in regard to their private matters. He demands justice and transparency in court, but has spent years controlling and spinning his own narrative while accusing others of doing the exact same thing. Hello? He tries to silence his critics. You just can't make up this level of hypocrisy. Controversy-wise, Harry's testimony was widely criticized as vague, emotional, and lacking hard evidence on so many points. Some legal commentators have said he came across as entitled and unreliable. Sussex team spun this eventual partial win as a huge victory, but again, Bowers pointing out that the trial actually damaged Harry's credibility. So there's that. Okay, let's talk quotes from this one, and then we'll get into the next chapter. So again, that's the big thing, is the twist where they show, okay, a lot of people were hacked. It doesn't sound like Harry really was. And the crazy part is they go into the Chelsea Davy of it all. And he was convinced that Chelsea's voicemail was hacked. Well, again, it turns out that according to Tom Ballard on page 223, allegedly her uncle Paul would speak frequently to the press. So Harry's like, no, they're hacking me. And they're like, no, she's just got a chatty uncle, So Harry expected to be treated a certain way and just believed in court, it sounds like. He was not prepared for his cross-examination at all. He never, this is on page 222, the quote from Tom Ballard is, quote, he never expected his truth to be challenged. So again, he just wasn't prepared at all. The thing that just was fascinating to read was that Harry did not realize that publications might either work together or that they might reprint another publication's article. Like if you read something, I don't know, in page 6, it'll reference something from Daily Mail or, I'm just pulling out publications. He didn't understand that that's a thing. So he didn't understand that this mirror group might be reporting on stories legally sourced from other publications. They even go into Harry. We're quoting press spokesmen. We're quoting Buckingham Palace statements. They even repeated Harry's own interview in one of the things that Harry had accused them of hacking into. He just hasn't a clue. He doesn't understand. He admitted that the description of his 12th birthday, one of the things that he was claiming that they had ruined and hacked and all this, he admitted that he didn't even own a mobile telephone until the following year. Do you think that they're just psychic, Harry? What do you the emphasis here is on thinking. He just doesn't think. He doesn't think. It's so crazy. I know I'm making myself nuts because I'm yelling into the ether about Harry not thinking, and that's just how he is. He just doesn't think. He just thinks that if he feels that way, then it's the truth. Wow. I mean, seriously, it's like a toddler who thinks that when they close their eyes to take a nap, the world just pauses, and then when they open their eyes again, the world's back again, you know. That's truly how Harry seems to operate. Okay, 224, it goes into how, just as we know of Harry and Meghan, they seem to think that only favorable media reports are the ones that are allowed, that anything favorable is justified, but anything critical, even if it's the truth, it's malicious and it should be suppressed. Remember, he called the First Amendment bonkers. Yeah, it's just, I don't even know what to do with this. It's ridiculous. I'm astonished that he was even given 140,000 pounds. I can't make sense out of that, but he was. He went on to explain that, quote, I'm on page 225, Harry admitted that there's no direct evidence that his mobile phone had been hacked, but it would be injustice if he didn't win the case. What are we talking about? Again, since when is that how court works? Apparently for Harry, I think so, but that's not how court works. My God. All right, let's go. Let's go to chapter 24. I'm going to stop yelling. Here we go. I'm in a hacker outfit. I'm just going to hack some stuff. I'm so technologically savvy. I'm just going to hack into some stuff. That'll make it all better, right? No. All right, let's go into chapter 24, blow up. Chapter 24, blow up, is the aftermath. It goes into the immediate chaotic fallout from after the mirror trial, because there was a cumulative effect of recent events around that time. Tensions exploded both internally with the Sussex camp and, I mean, mostly it was about their public relations. It was a disaster and continues to be a disaster. After this court appearance, things were rapidly deteriorating. There were staff tensions, people were moving around a lot, internal arguments, and desperate attempts to regain control of the narrative. The blow-up involved aggressive public statements, further media escalation. They thought that this was going to get them sympathy, and it kind of hit them between the eyes. In fact, Tom Bower gives Meghan a little bit of credit, saying at least she realized. Harry doesn't seem to realize anything. She realized that, oh crap, this PR strategy is not bringing in the sympathy and the wins that they're expecting in terms of, I don't know, media wins, PR wins, jobs lined up, things like that. Nobody wanted to work with them. Bower's linking this into a broader pattern that every time Harry faces real scrutiny, whether it's through public or court or like backlash, family, stuff like that, the response is angrier, retaliation, and doubling down. He never chooses self-reflection ever because he doesn't think he can do any wrong. It marks another low point for their post-Megxit era, more isolation, more damaged relationships, and growing signs that their reinvention was failing again. They're terrible, terrible people, and they're surprised that people aren't buying it. All right, let's talk some hypocrisies. They're preaching peace and healing and moving forward, yet they respond to any challenge, even a legitimate one, like a court case, with explosive anger and public attacks. Harry claims he's fighting for truth and accountability against the press, but the blow-up reveals that the real goal is often punishing critics and protecting their carefully crafted victim image, he and Meghan's. They accuse the royal family and the media of being vindictive, while their own reaction to setbacks is consistently explosive and retaliatory. So this just intensified criticism that the Sussexes are in permanent damage control mode. They lash out whenever their stories are tested. So it's not doing them any favors at all. They don't do themselves any favors at all. And I don't think anybody's feeling too sorry for them. But let's talk the blow up. On chapter 24, picking up on page 226, right off the bat, the first sentence refers to, do you remember Rolling Stone magazine had a headline that called this Meghan and Harry's, quote, flop era? We get into that. Okay, let's talk the flop era. Right off the bat, there's a Hollywood, it doesn't say who, somebody in Hollywood called Harry, quote, too much soldier, not enough prince, turned into an overprivileged snowflake. I think that's really funny. That makes sense. All right, continuing on, let's talk what was happening here. Meghan believed that, quote, fame alone entitled her to success. So just as Harry's shocked that people don't just believe him, she's shocked that having a name that people recognize doesn't equal success. They might actually have to work for it. Shock. All right. Nobody could figure out beyond her name, what is her message? What is she bringing to anything? I'm still trying to figure that out. So it was just after that, it was mid-June, that Spotify announced that they were done with the Sussexes. According to Spotify's anonymous sources, they're accusing them of failing to meet, quote, productivity requirements. Remember, they had delivered just one archetypes series in 2.5 years. You're telling me with all that money they were paid, they could only bring, she could only bring one. Okay. I'm thinking about all the money I'm not getting paid. Hence me having to hack into your phone. And I'm bringing 2 episodes at least a day and so much more behind the scenes. So I'm just saying, like, really? Plus Patreon episodes. And they can't even bring what was it, like 10 episodes, something like that, in 2.5 years. That 1 hour a week is hard, right? My God. Anyway, let's talk about hard work, right? But again, they thought fame should entitle them to success. Okay, so Spotify announced, we out. If you ever go to Vegas, that's how the dealers clap out. They show that they don't have chips in their hands. We're out. All right, we're out. So Jeremy Zimmer, who was a chief executive United Talent Agency, I don't remember this, but apparently he said Meghan was, quote, not a great audio talent or necessarily any kind of talent. Hello, Jeremy. Call me. He goes, somebody else said, quote, just because you're famous doesn't make you great at something. We've all said the same. Absolutely agree with that. Okay. Continuing on, this is where, let's see. Okay, so because of this, their star was continuing to plummet. People weren't wanting to work with them. Sounds like Netflix has really helped them out throughout the years. One of the things and that puts it into perspective what's happening now, where, she or they and Netflix had this falling out, and she put out that crappy statement about Netflix. So think about that. She put out that crappy statement about Netflix, unable to help her go global or whatever. This huge global company, they can't help her go global. Sure, that's their fault, not hers. Nothing's her fault. But they stepped up and helped them a lot, not just with these projects, but when Spotify dropped Harry and Meghan, Bauer's making it sound like they pulled some strings. They said that there weren't enough strings to pull to get them an Emmy nomination for Harry and Meghan, but they did pull some strings and got him a Hollywood Critics Association Best Streaming Nonfiction Series nomination. That helps, right? No, it was just anything to make it seem like they weren't flopping as hard as they were. They also went ahead and accelerated the announcement of Archewell buying that Meet Me at the Lake, which that makes sense as far as, because all of us said, why would they announce that? And then nothing has happened forever. It makes them look like they don't do anything, which I suspect, but I'm saying that this makes sense with what Bauer's reporting because they just seem to sit on it. I know things happen behind the scenes, but they just seem to sit on it. And I think it's been reported that nothing's really happened with that. So I just thought that was interesting. But Netflix agreed to, quote, publicize a fanciful $3 million deal. I like Tom Bauer's use of the word fanciful, and I was trying to figure out what did he mean in that context? That it was a fancy deal, or that the numbers were inflated, or just anything to make them look like they were doing something. All right, then let's get to the good part. My boyfriend, Bill Simmons. Hi, Bill. Call me. Bill Simmons. So I didn't know much about Bill Simmons. I remember just liking his statement before, but Bill Simmons apparently had a very successful podcast company, call me, that he sold to Spotify for $200 million. Oh, Bill, you just got $200 million cuter. No, but he sold his podcast company to Spotify for $200 million. Well, remember, he put out that statement. He said, quote, I wish I'd been involved in the Harry and Meghan leaving Spotify negotiations. The Blanking Grifters, that's the podcast we should have launched with them. I got to get drunk one night and tell the story of the Zoom I had with Harry to try to help him with a podcast idea. It's one of my best stories. He just whines and gives interviews. Okay, so I think we all knew about that part, right? Well, there's more to this quote, and I'm excited because I didn't know this part. You ready? Let's listen to what my boyfriend says. Here we go. Quote. When he talks about this guy, he means Harry. Here we go. Shoot this guy to the sun. I'm so tired of this guy. Who cares about your life? You weren't even the favorite son. You live in blanking Montecito and you just sell documentaries and podcasts, and nobody cares what you have to say about anything unless you talk about the royal family. You just complain about them. Then he said it was embarrassing to be affiliated with Harry. Oh, call me. I love him. That is freaking hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing. I knew about the grifters part, obviously, but I didn't realize about the entire statement, and that's brilliant. I found that especially funny. Well, allegedly behind the scenes, according to Tom Bauer, page 229, I just turned Southern. Page 229, Harry fell to pieces. Harry fell to pieces, according to one eyewitness. Meghan was distraught, but eventually she was able to handle it. Harry, not so much. Which I'm kind of surprised. I don't know. I guess she can just tuck it away and blame Harry. He just doesn't understand when anybody goes against him. But then again, he seems to be run over by his wife. So he doesn't seem to mind when she goes against him, but anybody else can't disagree with Harry. Okay. Oh, I thought this was interesting. Tom Bauer gives her dad, Thomas Markle, kind of credit with teaching her survival, just how to survive rejection like that. So I thought that was cool. That's a cool thing that he credited him with. And that's a lesson that she may have learned from him. She'll never admit that, but that's cool that he gave Thomas Markle the appropriate kudos for that. All right. Let's see here. Ari Emanuel then stepped up and was trying to help and saying there's tons of offers on the table for Meghan. And Tom Bauer says he was reflecting optimism rather than reality. And he needed to do that because Spotify's statement was so damning for them. So it sounds like Netflix was trying to help and that Ari Emanuel was trying to help. Of course, because they stand to make money from Meghan. So they need her to do well. So they need to build her up. So, of course. Then This was around the time that rumor that Meghan was going to be the face of Dior was circulating. Oh man, hold on. Ready? Here we go. Remember, she was walking around the parking lot with stickers on her wrist. If I had one of my Gosling stickers in here, I'd stick it on me. Okay, since I don't have one of the Gosling stickers, I made my own. There you go. Here's my sticker I'm going to sell. There you go. In case you were wondering. Anyway, there's my sticker. Okay. So again, Ari Emanuel was pushing hard that, oh, no problems. Everything's good. No setbacks here. Nothing to see. Meanwhile, again, during this time, she was circulating the rumor that Dior wanted her. Sure. Meanwhile, let's see. Tom Bauer calls Meghan, quote, a woman of instinct rather than intellect and imagination. So there's that. Okay, let's see. Anything else here? Just that she was continuing to pull back from her public persona with Harry. Not a lot of appearances there, except for the awkward Beyonce concert. Remember, we got this going on, and then Harry wearing Doria's jacket or whatever was going on there. Tom Bauer points to a scowl at the concert, but he brings up that she was trying to pal around with these powerful women, and that when I say powerful women, I mean in business. So, like, some of her friends, not that I think she has a ton, but like that Victoria Jackson that she pals around with, and some of the other ones, rich women. They're successful. And so she thinks by hanging around with them, it reflects their success back onto her. So it makes her look successful by proxy. Sure. That's it for the chapter, though. And I'm excited for this section. Today we're talking chapter 25, Out of Africa, and chapter 26, Dusseldorf. Why am I dressed like this? Because I started dressing on theme, and today we're going to go into some Invictus stuff. And one of the questions that gets asked by people at Invictus is, why is Meghan wearing high heels and dressing the way she dresses? Why can't she just throw on a pair of, sneakers or something like that? So I dress sporty since, there's that. But I'm excited to get into this stuff. We're going to talk about how jerky is to Harry is to Dr. Sophie, and how that charity got so mismanaged until Dr. Sophie came in and fixed it, and how wonderful she seems. And we're going to go into crazy behavior out of the pair of them at Invictus. If you're new here, I'm Jen. Make sure you're subscribed, hit the thumbs up, and leave me comments, as all of those helps YouTube to recommend my video. I sincerely appreciate that. Also, look at Cantankerous. What are you up to, Cantankerous? He keeps moving around my studio. The goose is loose indeed. What does that say? He's reading Tom Fowler's Betrayal. And then it says honk honk underneath. Well, you enjoy that, Cantankerous. All right, let's talk chapter 25. So as I continue to say, if you see me looking down, I have pages and pages of notes. So that's what I'm looking at. I want to get these details and these names right as I talk about it. I really enjoyed this chapter. Again, as I've said, sometimes I find the Harry stuff just tedious because I find him tedious. I feel like Meghan is a psychological case study, so I kind of get fascinated by her craziness. I just find him angry and dim, but this is a good chapter, mostly because it puts him in his place and how he takes such little interest in the Sintibale thing. It's shocking. All right, so chapter 25, Out of Africa, the Sintibale charity fallout. So Bauer in this chapter is revisiting Harry's longstanding charity, Sintibale. It was founded in 2006. Originally, and I say it like that because it did change focus under Dr. Sophie, but originally it was founded for children orphaned by AIDS in Lesotho. I hope I'm saying that right. So this chapter goes into how the charity became strained. A lot of it's to do with Harry and internal conflicts and donor reluctance. Again, all to do with Harry. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, it has to do with his, people were so turned off by him well, he and Meghan both, but his name attached to it after Harry and Meghan on Netflix and after Spare, it really hurt his popularity, his brand, if you will. And even the donors to things like this, they didn't want anything to do with it. It was interesting. And you'll hear when that's brought up to him, he throws an absolute fit over it. What else is new? He cannot handle hearing bad things about himself. Harry, if you're listening, you're awful. There's something bad about yourself. Fix everything about yourself. Meghan, I'll get to you too. We're going into that, but also overall, the chapter is interesting because, yeah, a big part of it is Sintobale, but we also get into the mismanagement of African parks. We get into visa status, where people were questioning that. All that stuff was happening. How Prince William was handling his charity so much better. And remember the photo from One Young World? Do you know what I'm talking about? There was a photo taken by Meghan from One Young World, and they thought finally, after all this unpopularity, they thought finally they'd gotten into the National Portrait Gallery, to the point where Meghan went ahead and announced, "I'm humbled and proud to announce my portrait is now part of the permanent collection at the National Portrait Gallery," to the point where National Portrait Gallery had to speak up and say, "No, it's not." So apparently he has the same affliction that Harry and Meghan do. A lot of stuff is happening with Harry in this chapter. A lot of blows to his oh so fragile ego. But again, if he wasn't such a crappy person, maybe some of that stuff wouldn't be happening. Just saying. Early issues with Sintobale were happening. A low percentage of funds seemed to actually be reaching the children. In 2008, for instance, it sounds like they raised 1.15 million pounds through different events, including a concert in memory of Diana and a TV documentary featuring Harry. Well, only of that 1.15 million, only 84,000 pounds. That was spent on helping AIDS orphans. So again, that number was 84,000 pounds of 1.15 million. So big mismanagement of funds, it sounds like, spending on the wrong things, that sort of thing. Something that, sorry, I have the hair that's driving me crazy. Something that's repeatedly mentioned is that so much was spent on things like fleets of new cars, just completely the wrong focus. Donors reportedly started pulling away, though, because they didn't want to be associated with the Netflix content. They didn't want to be associated with Spare and the constant controversies out of those two. The other interesting thing that comes up is a lot of people associated with a lot of these different charities, such as Sintobale and African parks and stuff. They're pro-royal family. So when Harry's out there bashing them, the donors don't want to hear that. They don't want to be a part of that. They don't want their money and their donation associated with something like that. So it was a big deal. There's a big clash because they brought on, again, Dr. Sophie. And now, of course, to refresh your memory, she has accused Harry of misogyny and the race stuff. And, it's highlighted as a breaking point. So Dr. Sophie, I want to give her a huge shout out because everything I have read about her is wonderful. So for nearly 20 years, Harry spoke about his devoted attention to Sintobale, and he had not visited for 4 years. It says, I was thinking it was longer than that, but I'm going with Tom Bauer. If he says it's 4 years, it's 4 years. He hadn't visited in 4 years, and they had a new chairwoman, and again, it's Dr. Sophie Chanduka. Well, she came in and really tried to turn things around. She, if you don't know, she's Zimbabwean. She's Oxford graduate. She's a senior associate at the global law firm Baker McKenzie. She sounds very smart and level-headed, the complete opposite of Harry. So while she would hear things like the shocking low numbers that actually are reaching the people that need it, she would do things to try to turn that around. Whereas Harry, he didn't understand. I don't even want to give him a pass and say he's too dumb to understand. He's too stubborn to understand. There's many points in this chapter where Tom Bauer goes into, he just wouldn't get it in his head that things were really dire and that things needed to turn around. He just thought whatever he said would go and that he should be in charge. and that his popularity would carry things. And she was the one trying to tell him, no, Harry, it doesn't work like that. We need more than just a smile and a nod. We need actual donors. We need more than just handshakes. We need contracts. We need, pledge, donate, oh, don't worry. The Amber Heard, Johnny Depp stuff will come up, but we need more than just a pledge versus donate type situation, Harry. And he just was like, okay, yeah, sounds like, not too far into it because he didn't like what she was saying. He'd just give her, yeah, whatever, and dismiss what she was saying, versus she was out there meeting with people and trying her best to actually get funds brought in. So I really felt for her during this. I already liked her before, but after reading this, I really liked her. I think she sounds like she's really trying to do the right thing for the charity, and he just doesn't care. Some hypocrisies I'd like to point out is Harry always positioned himself as a passionate humanitarian who cares deeply about Africa and the vulnerable children. And Bauer is showing the stark contrast of the reality that his and Meghan's self-centered behavior, their constant media stuff, their luxury lifestyle, it actively harmed the charity that he had founded here. I hesitate like that because I believe there's question as to whether or not he founded it, but fine. If Tom Bauer saying you founded it, sure. I feel like he probably had some help with that, but okay, great. So, but there's some serious problems going on. They're preaching things like service and empathy and using their platform for good, all the lip service that they give, while again Sophie's actually out there doing it. They're turning Sintobale into this Sussex branding exercise, and it prioritized their image over actual impact. He did not want to listen to her. He did not want to relent on things, and could not, again, get in his thick skull about why they needed to change things in order to keep this charity going. He's complaining about being used by the royals, yet donors were feeling used by him. We'll get into that. It's just that it was more about he wanted the photo op for his own relevance. I think it was just to pad his resume. That's just my opinion, but I'm just saying. Controversies here, of course, is the very public boardroom battle and accusations of misogyny and the race stuff against Harry created messy headlines and split opinions on who was at fault. This chapter doesn't dive that deep into that part. I feel like that's coming, but we're laying the groundwork here. The Sussex supporters, of course, are saying, no, it's another smear. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten to the part yet with the come here, or over here with Meghan. That's coming. But so that's the overview of the chapter. Let me hit some of the quotes that I have out of this one, because you just have to hear some of this stuff. All right. So again, to me, it's just shocking, those numbers. 3.5 million was roughly the average expenditure 2018. Here we go. That's when the Hornby guy took over as chairman. Okay. His complaint was that, again, their precarious finances. The annual expenditure was about 3.5 million. And they had a staff of 5 in London. And like that office alone cost £600,000 a year. So again, it was just eating at their finances. The charity ended up running an annual loss before Sophie came on at £370,000. So just think about that. That's where the charity was running. It was dependent on its reserves. Harry thought he was doing all this stuff to help with doing the polo games, but no, they pointed out that even the polo games, they were adding very little to the charity's operation. So the polo matches provided to be limited value, according to Tom Bauer. Each match costs about £400,000. This is on page 233. And the profit from donations was only about £350,000. What are we doing here? What's happening? And they said that was about 18% of Cinnabale's income. So Harry's bragging, thinking he's doing it. Again, I don't think Harry even looks or cares to look at numbers. He's just convinced himself it's true, so he believes it's true. All right. They had a really dire time around 2022. Harry did contribute 1.1 million pounds from the profits of Spare, but this is where the pro-monarchy people were disturbed. They did not like the idea of things that bash the royal family going to fund this charity. I'm actually surprised that I remember hearing he was going to give some to charity, but I'm a little surprised that Maggie Poo allowed that. Just saying. Okay, Dr. Sophie again. I don't know how she does. I really don't know how she does this. How she puts up with him while single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, but working together to try to save, not with Harry, but with everybody else to try to save this Cintabale. And she's discovering that Harry absolutely hates discussing money. That seems to be a theme that comes up. He expected Dr. Sophie to resolve all the problems that were created by her predecessors. Not her fault. Harry was there during that time. He doesn't want to take any responsibility. He thinks it's on Dr. Sophie. Between 2015 and 2019, Dr. Sophie had sat on Cintabale's board. In 2021, she had received an MBE for extraordinary services to diversity in business. Again, it sounds like she's way more qualified than Harry is to do anything like this. When she first came on, Harry was excited and said she will, quote, bring tremendous benefit to Cintabale's next chapter. But then he didn't like it, because she started to point out things like, hey, these directors are making way too much money and they're not performing. They're overpaid and underperforming. This chief had complained that after Harry married Meghan, he lost interest in the charity, and that's what made him not visit anymore. Dr. Sophie told Harry people were no longer wanting to hand over money, like I say, because, just because his name's attached to it. He was losing his popularity. Well, because of that, that seemed to mark what he did not like about Dr. Sophie. He no longer cared for her. He didn't want any part of this. Not at all. So she told Harry, though, that she had discovered his personal brand value had crashed. The quote here from her is, people don't want to be associated with your Netflix shows, especially not with Meghan. The survey that they had sent out also discovered that Meghan had, quote, little brand value in America. Across the globe, she actually damaged Harry's remaining brand value. So that's where we get the Johnny Depp Amber Heard of it all. So allegedly, Harry was stunned. He replied, Johnny Depp, quote, had still attracted a lot of money despite his bitter courtroom battles with Amber Heard. Couldn't he do the same? Dr. Sophie had to say, no, nope, you're not Johnny Depp. The proof is in the finances. But following the critical comments, that's when there was the marked change. Oh, something else going on. So big people were withdrawing, including Audi. Audi had withdrawn its annual $1 million sponsorship. They did not want to be associated with any kind of like Page 6 story or be, with this guy that can't stop bashing the royal family. So good for Audi. That's awesome. So after she told him this, he became petulant and angry and mean, it sounds like. So he was refusing to, quote, introduce Chanduka to guests. There was a polo match in Singapore, and he would reluctantly pose with her at a photo call, which I love this. One of my favorite quotes from this chapter is on page 236. You ready for this? Love Tom Bauer. Tom Bauer says he pointedly failed to introduce Chanduka to guests and only reluctantly posed with her at a photo call, which was itself notable for Harry's love grab at another man's nipples. And I just started laughing because when does Harry not do that? You're going to have to be more specific because there's about 1 million pictures of Harry doing that, right? So Harry told Chanduka that Cintabale was relying too much on his money and his polo matches. Again, not listening to her when she's saying, you're not bringing in that much or doing that much to help. He would only commit to polo matches if it was doubling the bring in. He wanted them to bring in 700,000, and that's where she's realizing he didn't listen. They're not doing that. You're already not doing that. You can't just say, I want double and expect it to happen. Your brand is tanking. So by September 2023, it sounds like Harry started to get that this was really dire and started to understand her warning a little bit more. This is where they changed it to, it's called Project Pivot. What that is, they changed from just the unique focus on HIV sufferers to children's health and education, hoping to improve funding and get more American donors, it sounds like is the connection. So finally, Harry agreed to re-engage with Sintobale by flying to Lesotho in late 2024. That was his first visit in 5 years. That's where I was getting the 5 years from. So it was his first visit in 5 years. Again, he was told that his image was bad. Raising money in America would be difficult because, quote, you're not special. That was told to him by Jonathan Mildenhall, a marketing expert that was introduced by Dr. Sophie. So, of course, what does Harry do? And blames Dr. Sophie. He doesn't understand, and he's angry and blaming her for this audit. All right, I want to jump past this because it's just a lot about his victimhood. They literally tell him they don't want your victimhood. And he's like, meh. Dr. Sophie is trying. I felt so bad for her. There's a story where she had to meet with this Japanese investor in Tokyo, somebody who had previously given 1 million pounds. And Dr. Sophie was trying so hard to get this person to double their efforts and to get 2 million pounds. Miyazaki, I believe is how you pronounce it, was so turned off by Harry's previous behavior. Harry complained about it's too hard because this person had asked for Harry to give this speech and to meet with people. And Harry said, you're putting too much on me. You're putting too much on me, and couldn't do it. So he cared so little about this, he wouldn't even take on the extra work that could have potentially, Sophie was trying to get him to double this donation and Harry wouldn't do it. So that night, Sintobale, after that dinner, that again, I just felt bad for Dr. Sophie because she's there trying and Harry is just making things difficult. And because of this, Sintobale lost 23% of its income. So again, she's there trying, and this person was insulted by Harry's ingratitude for her loyalty after every sponsor had pulled out. This Japanese lady had continued to sponsor anyway, but because of Harry, they pulled out. So 23% of its income gone. So the Nobu, they had gone to Nobu. That's why. So that had been reported to Harry. What did Harry do? Instead of looking inward and saying, oh my God, because of my piss poor attitude, I just lost this 23% of our income. He blames Dr. Sophie, the only one there trying hard to get it, doing everything she can to meet with this person to try to get the revenue. He blames her. My God. All right, let's continue on. It just makes me so mad. Then they do go into African parks. They spend a little bit of time, but not a ton of time on African parks, just explaining that my takeaway here is this. Harry was attracted to the African parks thing because he really liked the combination that it brought out a lot of billionaires and it brought out military. There's military efforts to stop poachers. So he liked, I'm on page 238, quote, the combination of billionaires and the military appealed to Harry because they had to use special tactics to stop poachers. Okay. So it gets into the persecution of the Baka people. And I've obviously talked about this at length before, and I think it's important to talk about. It just goes into some hard stuff here, some violence against women and things like that. And it's hard to talk about. So just know that it's atrocities going on. And I will say accusations of atrocities. And they straight up say on page 238, in 2023, the allegations were sent to Harry and Meghan. And remember, nothing. Distract public attention away from the catalog of crimes that were happening. Quote, African Parks director suggested that he should switch from president and join the governing board. Remember when he stepped down? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So it just makes me sick. It makes me sick to even talk about this stuff, the atrocities going on, and the fact that I'm not saying, because I had sugars in my comments saying, you're blaming Harry for all that. No, I'm not. But I'm saying as soon as he got wind of it, he should have done something. He should have spoken up about it, done something. I believe there was something like, oh, there's a letter written. Okay, we can do more than that. If you are what was he, the president, whatever he was on the board, you're telling me all you can do is write a letter? You can't fly over. You can't do something, send people something to figure out what's going on and to try to put a stop to it, try to help some women? No? Okay. Then why are you on the board? Why are you on the board? Okay. I just get really angry about that stuff. It makes me truly sick. All right. During the same time, I mean, it was just the reason that I think all this is grouped together is not just his work with these organizations, it's that his popularity is absolutely plummeting. He's still going on, but Tom Bauer is pointing out, even during this time, this is when people started looking into his visa status. Remember, that was the, oh gosh, what is it? It's a foundation, the Heritage Foundation. I never can remember that. Heritage Foundation out of Washington, D.C. They had started looking into his visa because, remember, in Spare, he talked openly about substances. They're saying, was he truthful about that on the visa? Because that would exclude him. And they want to know if he had if he'd answered the question about banned substances. So there's that. Okay. It turns out he still listed his primary residence in Frogmore. I found that out during this section. What else happened here? Also, Travelist was not happy with Harry because they decided that he was bad for the brand. It was, what's the person's name? I don't have their name. Whoever was over Travelist. Okay. Oh, here you go. Sally Davy, chief executive of his, eco travel campaign, Travelist. Okay. Had launched a rebranding of it. And during the launch of the rebranding, they are not mentioning Harry anymore because they're finding that people like TripAdvisor, Google, Booking.com, Visa, and Expedia, people like that were getting hesitant because of the affiliation with Harry. Davy decided, quote, the prince was bad for the brand. Again, not only because of his autobiography, but about the hypocrisy. It was in 2019, he had posted on Instagram, quote, there's a ticking clock to protect our planet with climate change and fossil fuel emissions. We are jeopardizing this beautiful place we call home. Meanwhile, as we know, he flies everywhere private. So people were calling that out and mocking his piety there. So again, everything was just tanking for him. And when anybody would bring this up to him, meanwhile, he was resentful because Prince William was doing really well. He was beloved here in America. His popularity was going up. The Wales were serious players. That's Tom Bauer's words. Quote, unlike the endless resignations of the Sussex's staff, the Wales's household was stable. So lots of good things going on there. They also point out that William's focus were on big causes, especially like the environment and homelessness, and that appealed. Whereas previously, it sounds like younger people were not as pro-monarchy, but because of William's causes such as these, he's turning it around. So William and Catherine had rejected some feelers that Harry allegedly point out about this time for reconciliation. Now, why would they do that? Because he continues to bash the family. Around that same time, he had wanted to visit Britain. I can't remember why, but it doesn't matter. He put out feelers to see if he would be welcomed. He put in a request to stay overnight in a royal palace, preferably Windsor Castle. They said no. So the staff, he was told, had moved for the summer to Balmoral. He was offered alternative accommodation, but he turned it down. Poor little Harry. Imagine that. You're not welcome because of the horrible things your wife and yourself have said and done about your family. Imagine that. All right. This was the time when Harry ended up staying near Windsor Castle. And then remember, he went to visit the Queen's grave inside St. George's Chapel. And I believe, I remember seeing photos of him. So I believe he arranged, that's just my opinion. Tom Bauer doesn't address this, but I believe he either arranged, was it a video or a photo shoot or something? The press just happened to know that he was there, supposedly incognito, to visit Her Majesty the late Queen. Let's see here. Oh, he was headed to Well Child Awards ceremony. That's why he was there. That's what it was. Okay. Now, next chapter. Let's talk Dusseldorf. That chapter just ends like that. I feel like there's more to come. Obviously, we know we're going to have a showdown with Dr. Sophie, but this was just kind of laying the groundwork of how unpopular Harry and Meghan were and how all these organizations didn't want to be affiliated with him. So there's that. Okay, let's get into chapter 26, Dusseldorf. This was a short chapter, but I very much enjoyed this chapter because it gave us an insight into Invictus a little bit. Let's talk about that. So it was held in Dusseldorf, and let's talk chapter overview. All right, so it's the 2023 Invictus Games in Dusseldorf. So if you'll remember, I hate that I have to tell you what Meghan was wearing for you to remember which one this was, but remember the beige, the satin shirt, and the beige pants pulled up to her neck. I'm sorry, that's not specific enough. But she wore the tight white top and the tight white pants and stuff. I'll try to drop some pictures in. In fact, let me timestamp this so I'll remember. Let's see, 32. All right, outfits. Got it. All right, I'll drop some pictures in so you remember this time. But yeah, this was Dusseldorf Invictus Games. This is the one where she went up on stage and talked about, I'm sorry, I was late. The kids needed milkshakes. Nobody cares. So it was supposed to be about honoring the veterans, of course, through sport and rehabilitation. It became a glossy stage for Harry and especially Meghan. She tried to use it as an image rehabilitation and for celebrity optics. Meghan's high-profile outfits, I'm using that word sarcastically, photo ops, and all about trying to steal focus. It reportedly overshadowed the athletes. Some veterans and insiders felt like the event was being used more for the Sussex branding than for the competitors. Absolutely. Name an athlete from the Invictus Games. I can't either. And I watched the documentary. I can't because it's all about those two. Attendance, media impact, and donor support were disappointing compared to previous games, with signs that public fatigue with those two and the drama that they bring was absolutely hurting the brand. Bauer contrasts the original pure mission with what it's become and the way that they center themselves, turning a veterans event into another vehicle for their influencer ambitions. Hypocrisies, because I'm obsessed with those. Harry claims Invictus is his life's passion and all about the veterans. But again, reading this chapter, it's he and Meghan treating it as this red carpet opportunity and personal PR exercise. They talk about service and supporting wounded warriors while their constant controversies and self-promotion, they're damaging the very cause that Harry's pretending to care about. And when people bring it up to him, again, he's just, I'm not listening. You're wrong. If it's negative, it's not real. You can't, I was going to say, how do you get through to somebody like that? You can't. You can't get through to somebody like that. Meghan is preaching empowerment and being of service, But again, we see her overshadowing or attempting to overshadow the athletes and using the games as a backdrop to keep herself in the spotlight. It's so disgusting to watch. It's awful. All right. There are accusations that Meghan, quote, stole Harry's moment. That's not a shocker because, hello. And it's not that I'm worried for Harry. It is crazy to watch her walk all over him and turn the games into a fashion/showbiz event. And of course, that's sparking backlash from, well, everybody. Questions about declining interest and whether those two involvement is now more of a liability than an asset for Invictus. Absolutely it is. When are we going to get a new host? Where's, Mike and Zara? Where's David and Victoria? Anybody else is better than these two. What are they thinking? All right, let's talk quotes from the chapter because there are some good ones in this one. So right off the bat on page 243, Harry said to his publicist, Beth, that he would remain on the sidelines. The star attraction should be the competitors. And Meghan, of course, had a different idea about that. When have they ever stayed on the sidelines? Why even say that if it's, not the case? I don't think that was ever the plan. They never, because the words and actions never match. Okay, so then on, I believe it's the next day, maybe it was 2 days later, 12th of September, that's when Meghan arrived. That's when she came up wearing the open heart shirt dress. You know what I'm talking about? Like unbuttoned to her navel, her belly button, whatever. So, oh gosh, she went up on stage and said, quote, I had to spend a little more time getting our little ones settled at home. What does that mean? Why do they need to be settled at home? I'm not saying she should have been there. I'm saying then if they're so little, they need time to be settled. Why are you there? What are you doing? What are you adding to this event? 3 milkshakes and a school drop off. Okay. Yep. Remember, she also had herself photographed through the drive-through window at In-N-Out Burger, whatever the burger place was. It's important that everybody know that. All right. Harry was reportedly irritated that Meghan used their children to promote herself. I thought that was interesting because I didn't think Harry ever got irritated with her. He seems to blindly let her lead and blindly follow her. So it was kind of an interesting behind-the-scenes glimpse in this portion. Harry's irritated with her, and he's worried supposedly about security. Harry's insistent that, quote, their children should not get photographed. And I'm laughing thinking, how's that working out for you now? You show them online like every other day while preaching online safety. But Meghan was allegedly arguing the opposite. The children, she believed, were important for her brand. I don't know if she thinks the children are important for her brand because she doesn't seem to pay attention to Archie, only Lily. So weird. All right. So they talk about how so Meghan's thing is she demands, again, according to Tom Bauer, she's demanding that in time, quote, her little prince and princess should have the same exposure as William and Catherine's kids. Can you imagine thinking of your kids like that? I talk about that it's weird that they don't show the kids or they have to show the kids. I understand protecting kids and keeping them safe, but if you demand titles for them, that's a whole different ballgame. I've been over this. It's my opinion. But to use them like that, like to think about how much publicity they have versus your niece and nephews, that's sick. It really is. I don't know how else to describe it. I find that completely sickening. She, during this time, is wearing all these brand names and promoting Katie Lee. If you don't know who that is, I've talked about Katie Lee before when I covered, what was it? Oh, the Confessions of a Female Founder. Katie Lee was on there. And Katie Lee, I don't really have a problem. I don't go so hard after the guests, but I go after Meghan. I just found Meghan to be promoting her business so hard. Well, it turns out Meghan's an investor in her business. So she was promoting her business. Okay, think about this. She's in Germany, right? To these wounded veterans. She's promoting her friend, her hair colorist, Katie Lee's business, Highbrow Hippie Hair Care is the name of it. She's promoting this, even though the business is in Venice, California, just to have it written up about and discussed. And because she's, trying to invest in this business. Unbelievable. Using this event for things like that. So again, it said that the following year she ends up investing in it, but she's promoting it. She's actively promoting it. There you go. In Germany. What? Okay. I mean, it makes as much sense as everything else they do. They have the worst business sense I've ever seen in my life. This is okay. So again, 245, there's talk about why is Meghan so wearing such expensive things? Why is he doesn't bring this up, but I always ask, why doesn't she wear anything that says Invictus, anything on it? She won't do that. But she's wearing things like high heels to sporting events and stuff. And they discuss, quote, why doesn't she just wear Adidas sneakers? Her shoes seem out of place. And then the Germans were worried. And then it sounds like there were Canadians that were there that would be preparing for the next Invictus. They wanted to know, they were baffled by Meghan's, quote, use of disabled servicemen's event to reinvigorate her profile. What was it? Oh, they discussed what her high heels were doing to a hardwood floor. Just things like that. Just zero blanks given. One of the things I talk about loving about Catherine, a Princess of Wales, there's so many things I love about her. She always not only looks beautiful, obviously, but she dresses impeccably and impeccably for the occasion. She really thinks about, what am I doing? What am I going to be doing? She's sporty when she needs to be sporty. She's regal when she needs to be regal. She dresses up, she dresses down. She's playing with kids. She thinks about things like, coverage and leaning and just everything you need to think about. Meghan does none of these things. She'll wear a romper to march in front of service people and flip-flops. I mean, just the craziest. She's wearing high heels on these wood floors where people are actively worried that she's going to damage them. It is nuts. It is absolutely nuts. Also during this time, remember, this is when we started to hear she had announced her mother's, quote, Nigerian ancestry. So this is when, around this time, so she became fixated on that, waving the Nigerian flag while standing alongside Nigeria's defense minister. Meghan, quote, privately agreed with the defense minister that she and Harry would make I'm using his quote here, and here, Tom Bauer puts quotations and marks around it saying, okay, sure, like would make a state visit to the country the following year. So again, acting as royals, not actually royals. Sure. At the end of the match, she posed for some photos, but it sounds like Harry was urging her to leave. How did that go? Now, what's funny is Tom Bauer points out that there was somebody from Germany kind of following Harry around, and he kind of hints that maybe there's going to be some problems to come, but this person was getting along pretty well with Harry at this time and was documenting the Invictus games. And I believe it was somebody involved basically said, well, yeah, there seemed to be some conflict, but then they may or may not have worked it out in the presidential suite at the hotel. I'm like, oh God, no. I assume those days are long gone, but if she still needs to get Harry to agree to something like a Nigeria visit, maybe that's how she does it. I don't want to know. Blech. All right. Gross. All right. No, just no. Cantankerous, you cover your ears. All right. He's reading his book, so he's okay. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. So the only thing that's breadcrumbed here is that German assurances of producing a favorable documentary. So I wonder if that's headed somewhere. I figure that's in there for a reason, and we're probably going to hear about something else. Let's see. They did say Harry did a good job wrapping up the event. He gave a speech where he said a powerful quote, and the quote was, "You should not feel lost without your uniform," Harry told the competitors. You've provided the magic to impact on millions of people around the world. Okay, that's nice. That's a lovely sentiment. Good for him. Guess what he does? As soon as he gets off the stage for saying these powerful words, guess what that fill in the blank does? He starts whining and attacking people, including the Sun and other British newspapers, which he said, quote, had ignored the plight of wounded veterans. Well, the idiot didn't realize that I did the Sun like that because he doesn't realize that the Sun always sponsored Help for Heroes. So no, they're not, Harry. You're just an idiot. He just thinks these things up and gets so angry. Nothing stops it. There's no voice in his head that said, hey, I should probably look into this before I accuse them of things like this. Again, look who their followers are. They do the same thing. They just blindly follow whatever Harry and Meghan say and don't question it. Do some Googling. Yeah, they seem to, I mean, again, same with Harry and Meghan. Well, Harry especially is just like, if I believe it to be true, it's probably true. After this, they jet off. You remember they had so hard in Invictus for 3 whole days of outfit changes and whining that they had to jet off to Portugal. They went with Eugenie and husband Jack Brooksbank. And turns out Brooksbank had just gotten a job selling plots of land and houses at that Costa Terra, that ocean club over there. And then there were rumors circulating that Harry and Meghan had got a place, and Tom Bauer says, no, they didn't. They were just trying to spread that around to, I don't know, get attention, make that place maybe seem valid. And I'm thinking, after all their tanking ratings, like, why would they think that that would add any kind of validity to anything? I don't know. But again, they just bury their heads in the sand because this trip to them was deemed successful. They thought, yay, this is going to turn everything around. And then Tom Bauer kind of leaves it off as, we'll see about that. And that's how the chapter ends. So I thought that was great. I like learning behind the scenes of that stuff. I'm curious. I wish he had gone a little deeper. I'd like to know more details, but hopefully that's still to come about, the awful behavior at these different Invictus games. Because I feel like there's lots of stuff to be had. I don't know how far he goes in this book. So I'm wondering if he does go into the Vancouver of it all. Because I feel like that was a blank show there. So I'm curious to see if he goes there. But anyway, that's going to do it for me. So this is where I need you to chime in the comments and let me know your thoughts on all this. What do you think about all of it? About their tanking ratings, about their inability to listen? Just all of it. All the behaviors we continue to see out of those two. Let me know in the comments below. With Betrayal. That's right. We're picking up on chapter 27, where billionaires escape from millionaires, and 28, Endgame. What's that, Cantankerous? What did you want to say to everybody? Oh, Cantankerous, man. Cantankerous says Plastic Man sucks. I agree, Cantankerous. You're right. All right, guys. Hi, welcome. I'm glad you're here. So this one we are going into, remember when Meghan appeared like this? Oh, look at that. It looks like she does know how to curtsy. Remember when she dressed like a massage table? Yeah, me too. So I dressed like one too. But I actually like my shirt. I hate that suit. And I love an off-the-shoulder moment. I actually don't mind. Well, first of all, wrong event to wear this outfit. Do you remember what this event was? I do. They called it a summit. Okay. And I'm not going to go into it, but it's their favorite thing where they grief grift. So they grief grifted off people who had lost their kids to self-deletion. It's terrible and tragic, and I'm not even going to go into that. But I am going to say, is this what you would wear to something like that? No, it's not. Is this something Meghan would wear to something like that? Yeah, sure, why not? I do think it's funny that she blended right into the background. But anyway, all right. So because of that, I've been doing this theme in the last couple episodes where if I find something, comical like this, I latch on. So here we are. Here's mine. There you go. Again, I prefer this to that. Okay, let's talk. If you're new here, I'm Jen. Make sure you're subscribed, hit the thumbs up, and leave me comments, as all of those helps YouTube to recommend my videos. I sincerely, sincerely appreciate that. And I can't say enough how much I have truly loved your comments. You guys have been so kind to me. So many of you saying these are some of your favorite videos. They're mine too. I love this book so much. I love covering it. I've had so much fun, and we still got lots of chapters to go. And these chapters are juicy. I'm going to get mad in this one. I'm a feisty goose this time because we get into Endgame. And let me go ahead and remind you that, I'm sorry, what's that, Cantankerous? He wants to remind you that Plastic Man sucks. If you're like, who's Plastic Man? Omid, who wrote Endgame. Oh, but don't worry. You know how we all said, we know that Meghan helped him. Tom Bauer tends to agree. All right, let's talk Betrayal. Chapter 27, where billionaires escape from millionaires. Where do people go to escape from Harry and Meghan? Asking, I wouldn't even say for a friend, asking for myself. All right, so the overview of chapter 27 is where billionaires escape from millionaires. So Bauer's taking a look at Harry and Meghan's life in Montecito and their desperate attempt to break into the uber wealthy, the ultra wealthy California billionaire circle. You know, the real billionaires like Oprah and tech moguls and old money, you know, things like that. So that way Meghan can find somebody else. So the chapter title is sarcastic. They are millionaires trying to escape into billionaire status, but spoiler alert, they're not accepted. All right, so they moved to Montecito, of course, for privacy and freedom. They immediately start aggressively networking and name dropping to get involved into the billionaire social scene. And, you know, all my experience with billionaires, literally none. I couldn't tell you anybody. All my experience with them, they love to have over the top grifters in their circle. No, I can't imagine that they do. But they expected red carpet treatment and instant acceptance because of their royal titles. Again, spoiler alert, I don't think that's happening. But the real billionaires saw through them and see them as social climbers and, again, celebrity grifters, not, I don't even know, serious players, just emphasis on players. Bauer describes awkward, failed attempts to befriend the ultra-rich, including using their titles and celebrity status as currency. And of course, the funny thing there is the actual elite would find that, what, tacky, off-putting? I would say, oh, actually, those could be the names for Harry and Meghan, tacky and off-putting. We're going to get into some quotes here, but the chapter is highlighting how they live this millionaire lifestyle, but they are craving this billionaire level acceptance and power. And again, keep getting rejected or ignored. Let's talk hypocrisies, because that's my favorite stuff. You know, to figure out with Harry and Meghan, and there's so many hypocrisies always. So they left the royal family claiming they hated the hierarchy, titles, elitism. Yet in Montecito, they're obsessively chasing an even more exclusive billionaire hierarchy and demand to be treated as inner circle royalty. I mean, what else do they have? Gosh, I hope they get their titles stripped, but what else do they have? They preach authenticity and living their truth. Again, there's no such thing as their truth. Excuse me. There's the truth. There's no their truth. While desperately trying to buy or network their way into a world that sees through their act. Speaking of coughing, I will say this. I have a little bit of I'm talking so much and recorded so many of these, I can definitely feel like my throat is like, ugh. But I'm drinking tea and honey. It's fine. I feel good. My point there is this. We're rapidly approaching Easter. I'm still going to be posting lots, so do check back. I'm not on a regular schedule. It's just as soon as I can get these out, I'm getting them out. So check back. I'll probably slow down a little bit around Easter as, of course, I celebrate with my gosling and my family. And so, yeah, just be patient with me. And I plan on doing lots up until then, and then, you know, maybe drop back to one episode a day, something like that, and then get right back on two as soon as I possibly can. My honest thought is probably take Sunday, Monday. So I'll either have one episode or a bunch of shorts, something like that, and then I'll be right back at it. So I'm encouraging you to check back lots, but I am going to go ahead and wish you a very happy Easter in case you're traveling or just taking a couple of days off for the holiday. I totally get it. Enjoy your time, enjoy your family, and I'll see you right afterwards. But again, check back because I'll be here. I'm still releasing episodes, hopefully 2 on Friday. And then we'll see, maybe 1 Saturday, 1 Sunday, something like that. Some shorts, but then I'll be right back. All right, let's continue on. So let's see. Was there anything else from this chapter? I don't think so. Let's get into the quotes. I was looking back at my notes. Let's get into some quotes from this. Again, if I'm looking down, I have notes down here. I want to talk about this chapter, those two. And then I really want to spend some time on Endgame because it's infuriating. All right, let's talk this chapter. Chapter 27 picks up on 247 if you're reading along with me. Again, the reason I dress like this is because at the beginning of this chapter, we see those two grief grifting once again. I find it particularly disgusting when they latch on to these children-related tragedies. It's horrible that they latch on to any tragedy, but when it involves children especially, I just find it so sickening. I truly do. That's just, I don't have to explain. I was going to say it's a cause that's near and dear to my heart. If I'm going to raise money for something, it's usually going to be children-related. I just feel like it's just something that I feel so strongly about. And so seeing them grief grift off to them really makes me disgusted. And then you have Rick Disgrin over here, like, in front, people that have been through actual tragedies and then feeling sorry for themselves, contradicting themselves. They are absolutely ridiculous. But this was October 2023. I would like to remind you that, so this was when was it? 5 months after the near catastrophic car chase. And they were playing that up big time. They were looking for special treatment. Remember, Harry wrote his petulant letter to the NYPD and anybody else who would listen. And most of them was like, no, Harry, nothing happened. But somebody felt sorry for him and gave him a little special, what they're calling VVIP. It's like they have to annoy people every possible way they can. So they pick up VVIP treatment. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just annoying. It's obnoxious. I don't know how else to say it. Every way they can be obnoxious, they are. So they decided, let's be obnoxious with that. So they get VVIP treatment. So for them, VVIP treatment means they needed a 7-vehicle convoy and police cars to exit their hotel, get in this convoy, turn left, and drove 47 meters. If you wondered how far that is, that's about 154 feet. If you wondered how far that is, well, that's about 154 feet. Just keep that in mind. They needed 7 cars and police escorts to do that. Unbelievable. It doesn't even sound like, they made one turn and that was it. It's too hard. Meanwhile, we have Prince William. Remember when he went to New York, he went jogging. I think he took one person with him, something like that. Went jogging in Central Park. Yeah. Okay. Future king can do that. No problem. And yet Harry and Meghan need 7 cars. All right. Get over yourselves. Absolutely ridiculous. Continuing on. It was World Mental Health Day. Tom Bauer is pointing out that around this time, I would say around every time, but especially around this time, they were really latching on to anything that the royal family was doing. So the same day, Tom Bauer says, quote, "It's arguably not a coincidence that William was hosting 100 young people in Birmingham to discuss the same thing that Harry and Meghan were, I would say, pretending to discuss, because it sounds like they mostly talked about themselves. But the plan was to discuss parents navigating their children's mental health problems. Now, Harry and Meghan, again, make it the they make it the Meghan show, and she turns it into woe is me and talks about herself in front of grieving parents. Again, no idea. Read the room. Tom Bauer points out, funny, that there was an audience of fewer than 20 people for this event. All right. And also that by going to this event and providing these explanations, Tom Bauer points out that it just confirmed, quote, that neither had a plan for safe social media. Again, can you imagine going to give a speech? I mean, it's like, those workshops where you see people do improv and you're like, all right, get up and give a speech about, I don't know, car stereos. And you have to just kind of wing it and work your way through it. It's about developing your skills and being confident when you speak. That's pretty much the game that Harry and Meghan say, except for it's not that they project confidence. They project smug, full of blankness. You can fill in the blank, whatever you want there. But yeah, Meghan steered the conversation to herself. And the quote anecdotes about her, this is Tom Bauer's words, I love it, alleged self-deletion stuff, thoughts while she lived at Kensington Palace. I'm going to underline an exclamation point, that alleged, because I don't believe it either. Let's see here. He points out that even a year later, their 50-minute discussion had only attracted like 8,000 views on YouTube and like over 100 hostile comments. People just are not here for these two. What gives them the right to discuss anything, but especially this kind of stuff? I mean, we've been over it, but one could argue about the parenting angle. Makes no sense coming from them. Online safety makes no sense coming from them. Again, let's see their squad for details why that makes no sense. Now, we learned about something interesting happening as well. There is a guy, his name is Ian Wace, W-A-C-E. Apparently, he's a British hedge fund financier named by Bauer. And he apparently, for some reason, has decided to champion this stuff, meaning it sounds like he's the one bankrolling behind the scenes. He financed the Fab Four to establish Shout, which was a charity to help young people facing mental problems or a, quote, tough moment. He later backed a fundraiser for Sintabale. I thought that they were going to lead into like that, and I wonder if he's going that Harry and Meghan end up ticking this guy off, but so far not really. It sounds like he's the reason. He maybe provided a jet, it sounds like. I'm going to say allegedly because it's like, what? I don't understand bringing this guy in, but okay, sure. So he provided a jet, it sounds like, and right after this, because, a day's, I wouldn't even say work, a 20-minute conference or whatever it was in front of 20 people. It's too hard for them. Too hard. So they had to jet off and there you go. Yeah, it was his privately owned jet that flew them to, I hope I'm saying this right, Canouan, Canouan, a Caribbean island in the Grenadines. And yeah, it's claiming that he is the jet's owner. And sure, it's a tax haven for billionaires to escape millionaires. Now, here's what's interesting about them going to this place. I've never heard of this place. I don't care. All those billionaires I hang out with. Totally. But apparently, okay, this place has a residence owned by Soho House. Yep. Wonder if there's a connection there. The island itself had a, quote, I'm on page 250, reputation of having unofficial apartheid system, which discriminated against Black employees. So they don't mind going there. As long as it's not on their dime, they'll just go. It's fine. They don't mind being total hypocrites going somewhere like this that's known to have this system in place. Oh my God. All right. They thought this was a great moment for them to take stock of exceptionally turbulent 4 months. I wonder if that's where we got the picture. Remember where she's like leaning on Harry and he's like, gross. Meghan had herself convinced Hollywood loves a comeback, so it'll all work out. Sounds like Harry, not so much. He was Pouty McPowderson, but I don't know how you can tell the difference. Honestly, he always looks like that. I did not know that around this time, so a lot of stuff was going on. Netflix was about to, I'm laughing already, announced that they were going to work on Polo, that series that they did with Harry. Well, did you know around this time that Audible had rejected Meghan's pitch to host a podcast series? I didn't know that. They're smarter than that. What, Limonada? That didn't go so well, did it? We hadn't heard anything else about that. They made big announcements about, we have Meghan. It's Meghan. And then everything they touch turns to you know what. Let's see here. Netflix had also agreed to produce Meghan's new lifestyle series. And that would launch American Riviera Orchard. Anybody else cracking up about that? Yeah, me too. Everything is a disaster. It's so funny. I know all this stuff, but seeing it all spelled out in print, it really is funny. How many flops. It's crazy to me how many opportunities they have and how many times they mess it up. Most people do not get this many opportunities. I'm laughing because I'm looking at Cantankerous. He's so mad he just laid down on the job. Come on, Cantankerous. Somebody suggested that I put him by the mic. I'll try. I had him here the other day. He doesn't balance very well. Let's see. Come on, Cantankerous. Can we sit up? Can we do this? He's so mad he can't really sit up. All right, just lay there. There you go. I want to make a joke so bad. Is that what Meghan says to him? Okay, just kidding. Oh, gross. All right, continuing on. Oh, I grossed myself out with that one. Let's see. During this time, they're also being more and more seen as entitled grifters. Family Guy episode came out. They were hitching. Oh, they hitched a ride, remember, on the private jet to go to the Katy Perry concert. That was funny. And Harry was quoted to have not been able to conceal his boredom. Sure. And preoccupied with another argument with his father. That's his favorite pastime, though. What else is new? During this time, speaking of the royal family, here's what's going on. So for 6 months after the Queen's funeral, it sounds like Harry and King Charles, they hadn't spoken. So finally, because Harry, let's see, the King had agreed to Harry's suggestion of a private telephone conversation. Well, guess what? Right after that, I'm on page 251. It is explained that to his surprise, I don't know why he's surprised, Montecito publicists, quote, later leaked the event to a newspaper as a turning point. Irritated by Harry's indiscretion, the palace was bewildered at the newspaper's suggestion that the Sussexes would accept a family invitation to Sandringham. So there you go. Those two, once again, not a shock, but it's just to see it in print like this, leaking private information. Didn't Meghan sue for exactly this? She tried to say, my private is my private, whatever, with her dad's letter, but it's totally fine. She's totally fine doing this. And same thing with Harry. Privacy, 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 media. Immediately turns around and tells the media. Unbelievable. Is he going to blame phone hacking for that one too? Sure. All right. In Buckingham Palace, everyone concluded that once again, those two cannot be trusted. What? I'm shocked. Nobody's shocked. Everybody knows that. The palace has distrusted them. How do I say that? Opened up even bigger after People magazine started to serialize in-game. So they knew that it was coming. They knew that it would be bleh. But yeah, it leads into the release of this book. And it really does make me sick. I've done separate videos where I actually read the book and talked about it. And it's worse than you can even imagine. It really is. And it's not just because I can't stand Plastic Man. I'm telling you, that book is evil. It's truly evil. With that said, let's dive into chapter 28, Endgame. Come on, Cantankerous. I need your help for this one because it makes me so mad. It really does. And I'm not even giving Plastic Man the satisfaction of having an emotional reaction because I think he gets off on that sort of thing. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how the three of them, yes, I'm lumping the three of them together, Harry, Meghan, Plastic Man. We'll go ahead and lump in Boozy to this too. I don't understand how they can go through the world so evil. They call everybody else every word they can think of, but they fail to see the hate that is coming from the four of them. All right, Endgame. Let's talk about that. So that comes out. And it published in August of 2020. Oh, no, that was Finding Freedom. Sorry, that came out in 2020. Remember, Meghan had to apologize because she's like, I didn't help him. Yeah, you did. So again, Tom Bower saying, shocker to no one, she probably helped him with this one too. She definitely did. So again, like the Sussexes, Omid has this habit of if he gets criticized, what does he do? Does he take it to heart? Does he learn? Does he grow? Does he change? No, he blames the Eastwards. So, that's a good way to learn. No, you won't learn anything. Nothing. So straight up on page 254, Tom Bower says, and again, I love Tom Bower. He hasn't been sued by those two, so he must be onto something. Excuse me. With their help, he says, with the Sussexes' help, Scobie weaved in-game's prediction of the monarchy's sunset or nightfall amid Britain's irreversible decline. Did I just say that word weird? Irreversible decline. So he straight up saying that the Sussexes helped Omid with this book. And he talks about all the ways that those two supported Omid during this time. He does point out that Harry is not trusting of Omid. Well, hello. But he still seems to work with them. Bower goes to, it sounds like to me, I'm going to say a big fat allegedly, the theory popping out is that Meghan is much more willing to straight up work with him, whereas Harry uses an intermediate, they kept talking about this, they never said who, intermediary, easy for me to say, somebody in between, a go-between, so that way Harry has plausible deniability. You're like, I didn't help him. Oh, yeah, sounds like you did. Allegedly. Ugh. In my opinion, it sure seems like they did. All right. Let's see here. Scobie was writing about their departure. He believed that this intimate portrayal of the royal family would be another bombshell. And until it went to publication, the contents were completely secret. Remember what happens there. But Tom Bower goes into the people, not Plastic Man, but the editors that were with this book? Yeah, led by Carrie Thornton. They were certain that Omid had relied on trustworthy sources at the palace, and especially on Meghan herself. And then goes into how Harry, on the other hand, never seemed to trust Omid. But Omid, here's a quote, page 254, quote, but Omid was fed lines by Meghan and from Harry through another person. In particular, his editors assumed that the stuff on Catherine, I'm not going to repeat this part because I don't like this, bringing up nicknames, you know what I'm talking about, for Catherine. And revelations such as, quote, she's cosplaying Diana. Again, hello. If anybody's cosplaying Diana, it is you, Meghan. You try to get your name in the same sentence as her always. Your dumbass husband talked about doing the hippity dippity, what, next to a box of her hair? I mean, you really want to go there? You want to talk about weirdness around Diana? I would say you and your idiot husband have that on lock. I mean, let's talk face cream, shall we? Or whatever that was, the lip balm on Harry's. All right, I can't even finish that sentence. But yeah, they're alleging that it did come from Meghan. One shocking allegation about the Eastwards was sourced by the editors from the Duchess. I don't refer to her as that, but that's a quote. Yeah, so they're saying that she helped, we'll say, invent that situation. All right. Scobie was happy that it was like messing, the controversy was coming around and messing with, at the time, they were the Cambridges. But yeah, absolutely. All right, continuing on. Sounds like Omid was focusing on Charles's, quote, poor decisions, not the least about Prince Andrew. He predicted that William would be Britain's last king. And then they go into the really, in my opinion, some of the most disgusting things were said about Catherine. I've been over that at length. Little Miss Feminist Meghan pretending to care about women. And if allegedly. She did help with this book, which my opinion sounds like she did. How's that for feminism? The things she said about Catherine, basically calling, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically they talked about how she offers not much more than being pretty in a dress. Meanwhile, they were trying to paint it as, Meghan's here for the, whatever it was, serious issues, whereas Catherine's just there to be a trophy wife and have babies. How's that for feminism? Reducing a woman down to just her looks and her ability to have kids. You really want to go there, Meghan? Really? Okay. It just sickens me. It truly does. I love Catherine so much, you know that, and I just hate hearing things like that. All right. William was getting increasingly. Oh, this is, again, according to Omid in this stupid book. I don't even really want to cover this book that much, but I want you to know what was being said so that way you understand why this book was so disgusting. They were alleging that William was becoming more and more okay, and that the palace was up to tricks with the media, working with the media. Wait, who has been obsessed with saying that? Oh yeah, Harry has. But Harry's going to deny that he had any involvement with this book. Come on. This is straight up. One of them is blaming Catherine for everything, Meghan. One of them is obsessed with family and the media, Harry. But they're going to say they didn't help with this book. Come on. What's interesting is they do bring up that, what was it? Oh, they're trying to say that King Charles and Prince William were combined to try to destroy Meghan and Harry. Well, they couldn't give any examples of why or how, but they just were. Again, doesn't that sound like Harry? Harry, can you tell us about the phone hacking? No, I just have a feeling. Okay. Well then. That squares that up. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. Prince William was being accused of inspiring false descriptions in the tabloids of Harry and precarious. I just came up with a name for him by accident, but Harry's precarious mental health. Again, why are we thinking that's William? Harry does seem to be, in my opinion, in a precarious state all the time. Why is he assuming that William has anything to do with that? Prince William is very busy, I don't know, preparing to be king one day. So what are we talking about? Why does he just, I know I'm yelling to the ether again, but why does he just assume that Prince William, or anybody for that matter, cares about trying to take him down or whatever's going on with his mental health? He's in a hell of his own making. I think that's like the best punishment for the two of them. I really do. Enjoy that. You two deserve each other, Harry and Meghan. Harry also strongly believed that those describing Diana as fragile and manipulated by authors were, of course, it was all coming out of the palace. A lot of you guys have talked about that in the comments, and that's something that Lady C, I thought, did a good job in, is explaining a little bit more about Diana. I'll be honest with you, big fan of Diana's. I didn't follow her as closely. I was a kid. So since growing up, I've learned more about her and her charisma and her charm and stuff. I think she has a lot of great features. I'm not here to disparage Diana whatsoever. I think she has a lot of great features, and she had a lot of good charity and things like that Harry and Meghan don't even come close to. But I have read some things. And again, I encourage you to read Lady C if you're looking for a little bit more about what's going on with Diana. They kind of explain that she has some Harryisms to her, that she would try to manipulate the media and stuff, and just make different decisions. The difference to me seems like she handled it. How do I say this? A lot of differences. She was 19, 20 years old, and Harry's like 40 years old. I don't even want to go into it. You get the idea. It was just different. And again, I think her heart was probably in the right place with a lot of stuff. I don't think Harry and Meghan, I just called her Meghan. Meghan possess a heart. Honestly, I really don't. All right, continuing on. Harry started backtracking at this point because I think things were going so poorly with him. Not that he cares about the king, but he gets the worst reactions, it sounds like, when he talks badly about Camilla. Imagine that. Your dad doesn't want you talking badly about his wife. Who would have thought? So he's backtracking on that a little bit. He uses this book to try to, quote, set the record straight and doesn't consider Camilla an evil stepmother. Didn't he refer to that in his book? I'm pretty sure he did. He called her that, I think. All right. There's an interesting story here, and I know Camilla can be a divisive subject. You can decide what you want on that. I've been vocal about it. She doesn't bother me, and the reason is again, I had a different scenario in my. I don't want to go over. I really don't want to get into a debate about this. I'm just telling you my opinion. We're allowed to disagree with each other. If you think I had this wrong, that's okay. It's okay. But the way I understood it, and again, some of this I'm getting from Lady C's book, especially, is that they were both doing things in their marriage that weren't great. I'm not blaming Diana, because again, she was young. So if you want to go with, that sucks. And there's a lot of unfortunate stuff going on, but I don't have a problem with Camilla. I just don't. I know some people can't stand her. I don't have a problem with her. I think that it sounds like Diana and Charles were both in the wrong in their marriage, and I'm not in their marriage. So I don't know that I should decide, like who cheated first. If they both have allegations of that, I don't know. I don't know. But I will say, regardless of what happened there or how I felt at the time, now you look at it and you think maybe they belong together. They seem happy. She seems to support him and make him happy. I like the causes that Camilla stands for. So I personally don't have a problem with her, but don't come at me. If you do, I understand why it would be a lightning rod of controversy. I do. I get it. But the reason I bring this up, and the interesting thing is found on 256 for this. I didn't know this, but Bauer kind of explains Camilla's backstory a little bit. Again, I really don't know much about Queen Camilla. To be honest, I just don't. I focus more on, because again, I mean, just my age. I didn't grow up with her so much, or if I did, I just didn't pay attention so much. So now it's interesting to go back and learn these things. So I didn't know. Tom Bowers explained that in 1973, Camilla was, quote, deeply in love with the dashing Army officer Andrew Parker Bowles. She never wanted to marry Charles. This is according to Tom Bauer. And let's see here. It continues on to say that to Camilla's misfortune, quote, that he never loved her. Parker Bowles never loved her. His reluctant proposal of marriage followed, quote, his commanding officer's order that his single status was unacceptable. And they decided that Camilla was, quote, the best of the bunch of his many girlfriends. That's kind of sad. I'm not saying it's right if they cheated, whatever, but I'm saying that sucks. I had no idea. No idea. Let's see. Continuing. I just didn't know that. I thought that was interesting. All right. He just kind of drops that story in there. I thought that was interesting. And then Bauer continues on and says it wasn't until Black Lives Matter in May 2020 that Meghan started to speak up. Before that, she did not. He said that she had remained, quote, relatively silent about race. And again, I ask, why is that okay? Why is it okay to allegedly leak private letters, but yet she sues when her dad is accused of that same thing? Even though I believe that she leaked the letters, but you get she's accused, whatever. She's suing the tabloids over allegedly leaking letters, that sort of thing. Why is that okay? That she leaks these letters, then if she's not okay with it, it's more hypocrisy out of the pair of them. The manuscript was being distributed to publishers for translation. You remember what happens here? A week before Endgame's publications, the Windsors made a decision they would, quote, not be emotionally blackmailed by Harry. The whole royal family decided, you know what, enough. So during this time, they welcomed the president of South Korea and his wife to Buckingham Palace for a state dinner. King Charles had just returned to London after speaking in Dubai. They were hosting a formal reception at Royal Albert Hall, things like that. It was unity and strength out of the royal family. Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan were trying desperately to ride coattails. They were trying to put out anything they could to try to get attention from themselves. And let's see here. Oh, so Omid was trying to say that those two had become, quote, disruptors because King Charles had mishandled their decision to leave. Well, people switched it and said they're not disruptors, they're destroyers. They're trying to destroy the royal family. I couldn't agree more. So when Omid was working on this, he was asked 2 pointed questions that he couldn't answer. One of them is, why were the Sussexes entitled to brief him against the royal family? But if Buckingham Palace briefed about the Sussexes, it was a conspiracy to undermine the couple. That's such a good question. That's everybody's question. But of course, Plastic Man, why can't I say anything right tonight? Plastic Man denied any relationship with Harry and Meghan. Of course he did. The other question he was asked is exactly the question that I'm posing, a lot of us pose, which is, why had Meghan sued the Mail on Sunday after a letter to her father was leaked on the grounds of privacy? Yet someone on her staff had leaked Charles's letter about her Eastwards, to which Scobie remained silent. Meghan denied that she leaked his letter, but as an English court had commented, she had previously suffered from, quote, an unfortunate lapse of memory. I love that. Okay, yeah, absolutely. There's no way. Then this is when the translation errors hit. So he was accusing 2 members of the royal family of being the Eastwards, and he would not say who. He tried to... what was it? There were some crazy grounds. He tried to say it was legal grounds. He didn't have to say who they were. So that way he could just be ambiguous about it. But then there was some mix-up. I'm using big fat air quotes on that one. Some mix-up. And unexpectedly in the Dutch edition, the names were said to have been King Charles and Catherine, Princess of Wales. Wow. Plastic Man emphatically denied any responsibility and said he never submitted the names in the books. And all of us said that makes less than no sense. The translators are not just picking 2 names and throwing them in there at this spot of the book. It just doesn't make any sense. That is the dumbest thing. All I can think of is, do you remember that song from the 90s or early 2000s? Say it wasn't you. Remember, like, if your girl catches you cheating, just say it wasn't you. And he's like, that doesn't make any sense. She saw me. Say it wasn't you. It's basically the same logic. Just say it wasn't you. Okay, you think that the translators just added just this one little section, this one controversial section to your book. You think they did that? Really? You're as dumb as the 2 of the other ones, you know? Maybe dumber. I don't know. So he says there's never been a version that I've produced that has names on it. That's what Omid was saying. He blamed translation errors for that. All right, again, let's use common sense. I know I'm asking a lot out of the 3 of them, Harry, Meghan, and Omid. They don't do that. Let's use common sense. Think of the 2 biggest people that Dumb and Dumberton, Harry and Meghan, want to try to take down. Harry always wants to go after his dad, and Meghan is always threatened by Catherine. Always. Jealous, threatened, all the things. There are instances in this chapter where they talk about, it sure seems like Meghan helped and she would go after Catherine, being jealous of her. That's what Meghan does. She accuses people of the things that I believe she's doing. She accuses other people of being the bullwords because I believe she is the bullword. She accused people of the Eastwards. I believe she's shown tendencies of that sort of behavior. So, yeah, if she's calling Catherine jealous, then I believe she is jealous of Catherine. Look at all of her actions and behaviors. If you didn't care, why would you go out of your way every year to try to upstage her birthday? You know, like that screams jealousy. You're trying to get attention. Anyway, oh, and then Tom Bauer says, Omid does not have a track record of honesty. I guess for a long time, I didn't realize this. He was trying to convince people he's 33 years old when he was 38 years old. And I had to laugh and think about all the accusations of Meghan's age being whatever you believe it is. And yeah, I thought that was funny. He brings up that it was a big deal that those two refused to comment once those names were thrown out there, and they were trying to hurt the royal family by not speaking up. Totally agree. There is an alleged thing here that Omid supposedly, in a call to his editors, supposedly he said, "Everyone in Britain hates you." Well, Omid, I can tell you, you have that wrong. It's not just Britain. Nobody can stand you. All right. 10 days after the publication, he changed his story. Imagine that. He admitted that an early and uncleared text did contain two names. What? You mean the translators didn't just add those names in? Of course they didn't. So he complained and made himself the victim and said it caused him a lot of frustration. I know that the royal family they don't complain or explain. I wish they had sued the pants off him for doing that. I wish there was some sort of, besides just everybody seeing through him, I wish there was some sort of legal ramification, because that's really messed up. Really messed up. That these two that are insecure little, sorry, but I'm going to say it, twats, are going to accuse members of the royal family of this awfulness because they're insecure. Okay. There should be ramifications for that. Let's see. Yeah, he was being a victim, saying it caused him frustration and the credibility was shredded. Yeah, I wonder why. Neither of them denounced Endgame. And the chapter ends with the sentence, Endgame, some believed, was their last throw of the dice. So they think it helped sink their battleship along with Plastic Man. What's that? What's that? Oh, yeah. He says, F off the three of you. Okay, I agree, but let's watch our language. Anyway, that's going to do it for me. We are continuing on with Betrayal. Oh, I'm loving this book so much. Today's theme, why am I dressed like this? Well, because I am going to the movies. That's right. We're going into the Jamaica of it all, the trip where Meghan dressed like, I'm sorry. What am I thinking? Allow me. Remember when she wore this to the movies? A ball gown? Sure. Why not? And we got this picture, which is one of my all-time favorites. There you go. So, accordingly, I have dressed down to go to the movies. There you go. And I should go ahead and tell you up front, I have done a dramatic reenactment of this scene in Jamaica. I'm so excited for you to see. So we're going to get into that. Today I'm covering chapter 29, which is The Biggest Losers, and chapter 30, A Living Legend. And I'm excited to get into all this with you. If you're new here, I'm Jen. Please do make sure you're subscribed, hit the thumbs up, and leave me comments, as all of those helps YouTube to recommend my videos. Cantankerous will be in the dramatic reenactment, as well as Mr. Pickle. And I will, if you don't know who they are, you'll see Mr. Pickle in a minute. Cantankerous is here. Oh, what's that? He has a message. He says, feel better, Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor, I hope you feel better. But very nice of you, Cantankerous. Normally he's very grumpy. But I'm going to have a dramatic reenactment of Jamaica coming up for you all. I'm excited for you to see, because my Gosling takes part of that. But I thought we could talk about these chapters first, starting with chapter 29, The Biggest Losers. All right. Did I already say it? Let me think. Okay. Gosh, I don't think I did. So let me say, I'm Jen. Make sure you subscribed, hit the thumbs up, and leave me comments, as all of those helps YouTube to recommend my videos. I sincerely appreciate that. Also, thank you to everybody for all of your lovely, wonderful, warm, kind comments saying this is your favorite material that I've covered. It's mine too. It really is. Can you tell that this is my happy place? I'm happy to be here having this dialogue with you all, going through this book, and I'm enjoying this so much. I really am. And your feedback and your comments have just made every day a little bit, sorry, my fancy ball gown for the movie theater is twisted, but seriously, your comments have meant the world to me. I just want you to know that. All right, let's dive into chapter 29, the biggest losers. Let's talk about this. You know what? Let's go ahead and do the dramatic reenactment. What are we waiting for? Would you guys like to see the Gosling? I would too. Now, if you're new here and you're like, what are you talking about? What's the Gosling? The Gosling is my daughter. I don't say personal information, and because she's pretty young, and we don't show her face. So you will see her, but you won't see her. So here we go. Hey guys. All right. We have a dramatic reenactment for you. And I couldn't do it by myself. So I have my favorite actress in the whole world. I'd like to introduce you all to the Gosling. Come say hello, Gosling.
Hi.
So everybody, this is Gosling. She doesn't show her face, but this is her friend. Would you like to introduce your friend?
Yeah, this is Mr. Pickle.
Everybody meet Mr. Pickle, and of course, this is Cantankerous. So for this part, we'll be doing a dramatic reenactment of what happened in Jamaica. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, you can't see, but Gosling is also very dressed up because we're going to the movies. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we're now in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And we're at the movie theater. What do you think?
I want VIP.
Yeah.
Give me VIP.
So, Megan, you're demanding VIP?
Yes.
And you wanted to know where what is?
Where is my private chef?
Your water.
Oh, that too. I want my water.
You heard the pickle demanding a private chef and a water bottle. And then Harry, what do you want? He's just angry, mumbling. What did you think about the way Megan was dressed for the movie? Should we dress like this the next time we go to the movies?
I guess. What were they even seeing?
It was a Bob Marley movie. Bob Marley's a singer, and they were at a premiere. So, yeah, but it wasn't a fancy premiere. Most people were not dressed up. They're just dressed up. But
I just wear my PJs.
You heard the pickle. Pickle would wear PJs. Does Mr. Pickle want to demand anything else? I mean, is he a royal pickle?
Yes.
Anything
Hello,
else?
Governor.
Oh, is he a British pickle?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for your sorry, I keep hitting your thank you for your acting debut. Before you go, is there anything else you'd like to say to the flock?
Honk honk.
Anything else? Tell them your favorite food.
Fish and chips.
Can you say it with a British accent?
Fish and chips.
Oh, you're showing.
Oh.
Anything else? Let's see. Do you want to say? I don't know. This book has been real. Oh, can you say betrayal?
Betrayal.
Can you?
This pickle's a little heavy.
Do you remember Count from Sesame Street would go one?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
One.
Thank you. Okay, tell everybody goodbye.
Bye.
All right, I wanted to go ahead and share that with you. Thank you, Gosling, so much for your wonderful acting. I expect the Academy to call us any day now and give us both awards for that. But and I don't know if you could tell, but she had dressed up too. She was wearing a black dress, you know. And of course, Mr. Pickle was in a black dress and a trash bag. Anyway, if you're new here, Mr. Pickle is like one of her favorite things. It's this giant, you can see stuffed pickle that she loves. Anyway, all right. The Jamaica trip is coming up, so don't worry. I will talk about that, but I want you to be able to see the reenactment, and I know she'll want to see herself too. So there's that. And if you want to leave her comments, you can let her know what you thought of her performance, and I will make sure she sees those after this video. All right, let's get into it. Chapter 29, the overview, the biggest losers. I love the title of this chapter. So in case you're like, what is that from? Tom Bauer reminds us that it's the Hollywood Reporter had crowned them the biggest losers of 2023. So he tells us of their post-Megxit losses. It's continuing on, their damaged reputation, their failed projects, their lost opportunities, their financial strains. Again, nobody feels sorry for them. They've had more opportunities than most people combine, and they just keep fill in the blank. Like they keep messing it up. I want to say more severe version of that, but I'll leave it at messing it up. They keep messing it up. They keep rhymes with smock. They keep smocking it all up. Despite leaving with huge advantages, of course, royal titles, global fame, massive media deals, they just keep plummeting. And it's funny to watch because people are talking about they're actually ending up, the harder they're trying, the less influence they have on things. They have fewer genuine supporters and more public skepticism, rightly so, as they continue to make these horrible decisions and say these terrible things. Their freedom has come at this cost because, again, everything's flopping. They're doing these PR stunts. They're still having plummeted off that near catastrophic car chase. And thank you to everybody who liked my coverage of that. Go back and see that video if you missed it. It's pretty funny. But they are damaging their own reputation. They have nobody to blame but themselves. They can't stop. They're their own worst enemies. And again, here in this chapter, it's specific losses such as burning bridges, isolation from family, donor fatigue, the realization that they are seen as unreliable and toxic by many of the Hollywood elite. I know that's a whole other thing, but it's just interesting because that's the ones that Meghan really wanted to fit in with, and the harder they're trying, the more it's not working. Again, flash forward to we're 3 years in the future, and it still seems to be the case, and they're still continuing to try desperately. Let's talk hypocrisies because that always fascinates me. They claim they were leaving the royal family to gain this freedom, this privacy, a better life, but of course ended up in, I would say, maybe even more drama. They put themselves into financial pressure. Again, no, it's not that anybody feels sorry for them. It's just they've brought it upon themselves. I just realized I forgot to put on my ring. Let's do that. I have an insignia ring. Like, that King Charles has one, Meghan got one. So there you go. Anyway, but they put themselves into this and nobody feels sorry for them. And again, it's resulted in people call them lazy grifters, the biggest losers, things like that. They're preaching service and using platform for good. But again, their actions have specifically, as we've seen, harmed charities. I'm looking at you, Sintabale, and everything they get involved with, it seems to, tank. All right, let's get into... the only other thing to know about this chapter is it's been called particularly harsh, with critics accusing Bauer of gloating. I don't think so. I think he's just pointing out, I know I'm a Bauer fan, but I'm telling you, he's just pointing out the things that they have done to themselves and brought upon themselves. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. When you act like an a-hole, for lack of a better word, people are excited to see you come crashing down. I think normally they root for a comeback, but not in this case when they can't stop bashing families. It's crazy. Let's get into some quotes from this chapter, though, because I want to do that, and then we'll get into, we'll keep going. All right, so on page 262, picking it up, this was around the time that Hugh Grosvenor, there's a funny story, and the reason I'm smiling like this. Now, if you don't know, Hugh Grosvenor, last name Grosvenor. That's how you spell it. When I went to London, I didn't know it was pronounced Grosvenor. I thought it was Grosvenor because there's a whole beautiful area in London called Grosvenor. And I asked the taxi driver if we could go to Grosvenor. He was like, what? And then I learned, no, it's Grosvenor. Okay. Anyway, Hugh Grosvenor was the one getting married around this time, and he was godfather to Archie. He was a close friend of Harry's, but he did not invite either of them to the wedding. He did invite Prince William. The other thing going on was Harry was excluded from something called They Also Served. It was Sandhurst's guide to its 200 most notable alumni. Harry was not included in this, but William, on the other hand, was asked to write the books forward. So there you go. All right, continuing. A lot about the Archwell how do I say that nicely? Discrepancies, weirdness with Archwell, including. So let's see. I'm on page 263. In 2022, okay, in 2021, I believe it was, that's when they had gotten 10 million from donors. In 2022, it was 1.6 million. And it turns out it was from 2 unnamed donors. I was hoping that Tom would figure out who those donors were, but he doesn't say. I'm curious. The corporation, again, talking about Archwell, it was annual loss was listed at £536,000. Just $950,000 in gifts had been spent. And it was, it doesn't even matter. Just some of it, they were giving out gifts. It's not doing well. Okay. Archwell's purpose was to, quote, put compassion into action, but Bauer points out, no, it seems to be falling flat because a lot of money was spent on London-based publicists for, quote, programmatic strategic support, whatever that means. And $120,000 was spent to a digital consultant. And again, everything, it was not going well. And then I guess during the year 2023, which would have been reported for 2024, Archwell raised $5.7 million. $5 million of it, I'm making this face for a reason, was from Fidelity Charitable. It just makes me sick because I have investments with Fidelity. And when I found that, I was like, oh, F you, Fidelity. I need to pull my money from them. I know. It's so annoying. Anyway, okay. Anyway. Going on. All right. I don't get political here. We're not going to get, sorry, my throat is acting crazy. In case you missed the announcement, I'm going to slow down the next couple of days just a little bit because it's Easter and because I am straining my throat from doing all these chapters so fast. It's fine. But if you see me go to one a day, that's why. But do check back lots because I'm still going to post. Anyway, I don't get political here. I'm not going to start now. We're not going to get political. Let's avoid that in the comments, but I want to talk about this because it's important to know that, okay, so they had raised 5.7 million, 5 million from Fidelity, and then some other group had given a little bit. Okay. Their expenses were 1.9 million. They handed out 1.3 million. And the thing of note was that the single biggest, where is it? Yeah, the highest donation from the foundation that year was made to President Biden's daughter, Ashley. And the reason that this is significant is, again, the beauty of Bauer is he leads you to these things without specifically saying it. So in my opinion, and what I'm gathering from reading this, is it seems like the reason they did that is, quote, I'll read the quote, 263. Archwell's donation coincided with the Heritage Foundation's renewed attempts to source Harry's visa application. So real talk, what I'm gathering here is they had to make they decided to make this big fat donation because the only one that could stop Harry's visa application from being public would be President Biden. So by giving this big donation to his daughter's whatever charity, I guess it is, that would maybe help that cause. So that's kind of what I gathered. Now it gets real weird after this because on Ashley Biden's tax return, she registered that she only had an income of $170,000, yet she had received $250 from Archwell and another $250 from another charity. So she didn't declare $500,000, but also claimed that no donation had exceeded more than $5,000. So that's weird. And the Sussexes remained silent on that. Now, the reason I bring that up is because they were also being super weird because their own accounts, and I want to give a shout out, Stephen, if you're watching. There's a very nice guy, Stephen, who helps me. He sends me a lot of information like this because I have no idea on these tax returns. I don't I don't look at him. I don't know, but he's really good at sourcing or figuring out this information. So thank you, Stephen, for your continued help with this. But anyway, the other side of this mystery is that Archwell's own accounts, they claim to receive just over $5 million, but then that year's accounts showed an income of only $2 million. What's that about? They denied that did not declare $3 million of income, but it didn't explain the discrepancy. The accounts and their donation, do you see what I mean? On both sides, it's hinky, it's not clear, it's murky, whatever you want to say there. And then for once, they actually shut up and they didn't say anything. So everybody's like, what the hell's happening? So again, it leads me to assume, it is my opinion, that that's a very, again, I don't want to get political. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. Politics, I don't care. It all sucks, okay? It just does. So it leads me to think, okay, they make a big fat donation to the president's daughter, and the president can hide his visa application, and then they don't have to get super honest on their taxes, and she doesn't have to get super honest on her taxes, and there you go. Everybody wins. What? Meanwhile, I'm scared to death if I don't know, mark a $200 whatever on my taxes, I'm going to jail. You know, like, it just doesn't work. It's the same thing with them in court. If they're not honest, then they get these get out of jail free passes where they're just like, oh, sorry about that, I forgot. Whoopsies. Whereas the rest of us would be in jail for lying in court, you know, or not properly paying our taxes or whatever it is. It's just absolutely, it makes me sick. Okay, let's continue on. Picking up page 265. We then go into, oh, I like this part very much. One of my favorite quotes from this part of the book. Okay, so Prince Harry, as I described it and explained it in an earlier video, so I'm not going to re-explain it, but in a nutshell, he was going through that trial with the mirror. And I already explained he technically won a little bit of the case, but the technicality is he got 140,000, and it was kind of on a technical. I'm focused on the technicality. It seems like he barely won. The judge was throughout saying, you know, you got to give us more evidence. You got to give us more evidence. Harry wasn't able to do it. He was a nincompoop on the stand. What else is new? But then he did end up getting 140,000, but people are speculating it's not a win. He would have had to pay so much in legal costs and everything else, and all the time spent and all this. And yet he's out there saying, quote, he's slaying dragons, and specifically was going for Piers Morgan, even though it turns out, it was pointed out that it wasn't under him, even that the accusations were happening. Anyway, Harry just gets these ideas in his mind, and he just won't. He's like a dog with a bone. He won't let it go. Well, Piers Morgan put out a statement that's amazing, and it's almost as good as Bill Simmons, my boyfriend's statement. Let's read Piers Morgan's statement. Ready? Quote, Prince Harry's outrage at the media intrusion into the royal family, into the private lives of the royal family, is matched by his own ruthless, greedy, hypocritical enthusiasm for doing it himself. I love that. That's perfect. Okay, then he continues on and says, quote, he says he's on a mission to reform the media when it's clear that his real mission, along with his wife, is to destroy the British monarchy. I totally agree with Prince Harry that the ruthless intrusion into the private lives of the royal family for financial gain is utterly reprehensible. I just wish he'd stop doing it. Love it. I thought that was such a good statement. You go, Piers Morgan. Regardless of how you feel about Piers Morgan, I think that's a brilliant statement. I really do. I love it. All right. Again, we have stories of Harry changing his story. The big deal here is that when he was in he's just always in court. So he's in another court right after that. And there he's trying to argue that the Home Office should provide, at the taxpayer's expense, armed protection, of course, for he and his family in Britain. He, during this court case, says, quote, "The UK is my home. The UK is central to heritage of my children and the place where I want them to feel at home." Okay, except for the idiot forgot or just chose to ignore that not much earlier he said in an interview on CBS, quote, "I want to live in America. Home is the States." So it's changing his story whenever it suits him. He's trying to get protection or security paid for, so he's just changing his narrative, changing his story. The other thing that's changing that I found so fascinating is, okay, remember how I said Meghan kept changing her story? She had said she allegedly had thoughts of self-deletion, first because the royal family was mean to her because she couldn't get mental health help. And then it became about race. And there was another thing that I'm forgetting that was in there too. Oh, and then Harry tried to spin it that the media intrusion. So that story changed a bunch. Listen to this. Harry started changing his story a bunch. Harry was presenting a new scenario for his case, that he and Meghan had not fled Britain because of the media's intrusion into his privacy, even though previously that's what he said. Then he said it was the royal family's eastwards. That changed. Now he's trying to say, because of this court case with the protection, he's trying to say, but because, quote, Buckingham Palace was unwilling to protect them from, I can't say that word, people trying to take them out. You know what I'm saying? So again, he's switching the story again. That's what they do. It's not that I'm shocked. It's just, I just need to spell it out for you so you can see how many times they change and flip-flop their story. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the people that were actually looking into this, Ravik, it sounds like, etc., intelligence services, oh, and also the police, none of them had found any credible threats whatsoever that match up with the crap that Harry was saying. Nobody's shocked. Nobody. He wanted, quote, let's see. What was it? Oh, okay. Because of this, he wanted the protection. He then started again turning back into that near catastrophic car chase, right? So he starts putting pressure on New York again, and New York's already said, no, it's not what you said. It doesn't make sense. I'm paraphrasing. What you're saying is big fat liars who lie. Anyway, so Harry then acts like a baby, shocker to nobody, turns to, again, let's not get political. I'm just telling you what happened. I don't care which side of the fence you're on. It sucks for everybody. Here we go. He turned to California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, Gavin Newsom comes up a couple of times because he has held press conferences for these two losers. He turned to Gavin Newsom. Okay. He wanted the photographers from the New York near catastrophic car chase to be prosecuted in California. And they're like, no, that's not a thing, Harry. So instead, Newsom's office, he asked the governor to bring pressure to Manhattan's lawyers to bring a charge. So it sounds like New York was like, WTF are you doing? Prince Harry was heavy, quote here. This is Manhattan prosecutors quote about Harry. Quote, Prince Harry was heavy-handed and super privileged about what he thought we should do in the criminal process. I mean, it's just, therein lies the absolute frustration when dealing with either of these two super entitled pricks. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. That's what they are. Prince Harry was very overbearing, was what the prosecutors were trying to say. There was one guy that flipped in New York. I remember this happening. I can't even remember who it was, and I don't even care. Somebody flipped in New York and said, after Newsom put on some pressure, that, okay, fine, maybe Harry was in a little bit of danger. One person, from what I recall, had flipped. And we're all like, what? Why? Why are they saying this now? turns out, I'm going to say big fat allegedly, it's because they wanted to work together with the California. It behooved them both to work together. So they finally said, okay, fine. Maybe he's in a little bit of danger. But even then, it sounds like it was mostly one guy that had flipped and said, okay, maybe he was in a little bit of danger. Fine, whatever. But everybody else involved said, no, he was not. And Ravik's bespoke, remember they had set up a bespoke process for he and Meghan. And if you miss the other episodes, I go into and explain Ravik is something, it's for royals and very important. It's basically where they will provide protection when it makes sense under certain circumstances for royals and VIPs that are visiting. Harry was trying to say, I'll pay for it, I'll pay it. And Ravik's like, no, you cannot pay for it because people are willing to risk their lives. And we think you're just trying to hire people to have an entourage. You can't do that. And Harry was like, that's not fair. Anyway, so this judge was involved and looked at it. And because Ravik did say, okay, listen, maybe we can come up with a bespoke process for you. Remember, I believe it's the one that's in place now, that as long as you give us a certain amount of days notice that you are headed here, we'll assess the risk and we'll see what we can do and maybe provide a little bit. The thing is, and this is the theme that I got, that this is my opinion, but nobody wants Harry and or Meghan. Nobody wants bad things to happen to them. They don't want them to get hurt. So they're saying, we will look into it. And if it seems like there's a risk, we will help you. We're not going to hang you out to dry. But you can't just show up and expect that everybody just comes to your beck and call just because you're demanding it. That's not how this works. We need time. We need to move resources around. Totally fair. So this judge got involved and looked at it and said, yeah, totally fair. And I'm going to take it a step further. Young, what was this? Edward Young. Remember, he is private secretary. I can't remember whose. It may have been, was he the Queen or William? He was one of the private secretaries. Okay. For either the Queen, Prince William, or at the time, Prince Charles. Okay. Harry, remember, kept calling them bad names in the book and said, they're against us. They're tainting the royal family against us, because he was just mad and he couldn't think of who to blame. So he blamed the private secretaries. Well, there's even proof here that this guy, even though Harry was being horrible to him, this guy went to bat for Harry and said, where is it? Oh, he wrote a letter and said that, yeah, safety is of paramount importance to Her Majesty. And that's what Bauer's pointing out is, see, Harry's sitting here complaining that everybody's prejudiced against him and they hate him. And, we're turning the royal family against him. And that's not it at all. Everybody was actually still trying to help Harry, even though he's being a total entitled prick. I'm trying to show you the big picture here. I got to quit yelling, but it's just so frustrating. Okay. So then it's reported that, where is it? He had, quote, comprehensively lost his case for this private protection thing. He was ordered to pay 90% of the Home Office costs, which were estimated to be around £514,000, plus his own legal costs, which were $1 million. And he was not given the right to appeal. So I'm just pointing out that he's saying, I'm slaying dragons. And yes, this is a different case, but you can see, like, behind the curtain here, he's not. He's just wasting everybody's time. He's being an entitled prick, and he might get these small victories here and there on a technicality, but he's not winning like he wants everybody to believe. It's important that to him that everybody believe that he's slaying dragons and he's doing these things. So that way it looks like he's out there with a purpose and not just suing people like it appears that he's doing for income. All right. An bout of anger toward the judge. I don't think that's a good idea, to get angry at a judge who dared, quote, to reject his truth. Harry then ignores the judge's direction that Ravik's security memorandum would fall under Official Secrets Act. So he wasn't supposed to share it, is the way I'm understanding it. Well, he went ahead and ignored that and sent the secret reports to a conservative MP and Afghan veteran. In doing so, quote, Harry showed that he felt he was beyond the law. And that's how that chapter ends. I was wishing that I knew more about that. What an entitled, pompous ass, right? Ugh. Now let's go into the next chapter. The next chapter is chapter 30, A Living Legend. This one's a little bit shorter, but we do get into Jamaica, so I want to talk about that. Oh, he's just so infuriating, isn't he? Let's talk Living Legend chapter 30. Here's the overview of it. So he's talking about the living legend is that John Travolta award. Remember, he was such an ass at this thing too. I know. I got to be more specific because he's always an ass. But it sounds like he was looking for a publicity boost. Okay. And so he's able to go to this thing. And on a side note, another boyfriend of mine, I don't know who this guy is, Admiral, where's his name? Lord West put out a statement. He's not a living legend of aviation. And they were pointing out that he wasn't actually even a pilot. He was listed as a pilot in Afghanistan, but he was the gunner and technically a co-pilot. And there's even a question about that. But anyway, I thought that was pretty great. But and just to put in perspective, another winner was Lauren Sanchez, and Bauer is estimating that the reason for that is because she qualified for a helicopter pilot. The quote here on 270 is nothing else, just that her presence there guaranteed some publicity. So that should tell you what we're dealing with here. Now, I'm not putting down the others because formerly, what was that Sully that saved all those people by landing in the water in New York? He had won. That's great. You know, astronauts had won, things like that. But this year, it was Harry and Lauren Sanchez. Okay. Let's see. Oh, more about this chapter. Let's see here. Oh, this is where Harry was being that's what I was saying, such a, you know what, and he talked about John Travolta. He was excited John Travolta was going to be handing him the award because remember, famously, John Travolta had danced with Diana when Harry was about a year old. This is where he said to Travolta, quote, you danced with my mom, as you told everybody here, and continue to dine out on that probably every single night. So just think about that. He's there complaining that Travolta had excitedly told this story about dancing with Princess Diana, as anybody would. Hello, I'd tattoo it on my forehead. And Harry's accusing him of dining out on Diana's memory. And we're all saying, what do you think you're doing? You use her name. Listen, I get it. It's his mom, but he uses her, I believe, as a weapon any chance he gets. And anytime he can compare his mom and his wife, which is so weird, he does to try to boost Meghan's, I don't know. It's like he's trying to insert some charisma in there because his mother was charismatic, his wife not so much. So it's so weird. So the fact that he's calling anybody out for dining out on Diana's memory, hello, hypocrisy. Hello. Okay, now I want to get into the Jamaica of it all. And I wish I could tell you that Bauer gave us some big juicy details. He really didn't we didn't get too much new information, but that trip fascinates me. So I just want to remind you a little bit about it and tell you what he did add to it. So just to put it in context, this was January 2024. Harry and Meghan, this was a joint appearance for them. They hadn't done too many. She did not go to that Legend of Aviation thing because who cares? Anyway, she didn't. We were surprised. I figured she'd try to dance with Travolta, but her people were telling her you need to separate yourself from Harry business-wise or whatever. I'm sure that's not the only reason, but anyway, this was, of course, so they decided they would go to Jamaica. They got to go with, was it the president of Paramount, Brian, and his wife, Tracy. Okay. They got to fly on a private jet. So of course they'd go to an opening of an envelope. But remember, it was so funny because she was wearing, that's why I'm dressed like this, a ball gown to a movie theater with folding seats. You could see, in fact, let me pull back up the picture because it just makes me laugh. You can see that they seem to be PO'd because like they're not even front row. They don't even seem to be in the VIP section. They don't even have a bottle of water at their chair like other people had. She's in a ball gown attempting to sit in this folding chair, which will never not be funny to me. Hello. And look at how everybody else is dressed around them. Yeah, people dressed up for the premiere, but not like this. Not like this. Oh my goodness. Unable to read a room. Okay, so let's talk about this though and what Tom Bauer did add to it. But this was the Bob Marley biopic that they had gone to. They walked the red carpet. They posed with Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because he's very vocal about Jamaica wanting to ditch the British monarchy. And that was the whole thing. And that's what Tom Bauer kind of sheds light into, is that it was a lot about the reason that they went was for publicity, free ride on a private plane, and anti-monarchy. So absolutely hypocritical. Using titles, going to a place that was, it's a whole thing where they had tried to set up William and Catherine previously to make them look bad, talking about this same Jamaican prime minister. And Harry knew of this and still went and was, of course, he's trying to destroy the royal family. It's just more proof. But so they went and they were actively pushing to become a republic, move away from the monarchy. Harry and Meghan, using their titles, explain the hypocrisy there, right? You can't. They spent years, of course, publicly bashing the royal family and positioning themselves as anti-monarchy, anti-institution, and yet still using the titles. You just can't make this stuff up and expecting this VIP treatment that they would only get by being, well, I would say now loosely associated with royals. Unbelievable. They trash the monarchy nonstop. They call it the Istwards and outdated, then fly cozy up to the anti-monarchist prime minister, pose for pictures like they're royals. The ultimate troll move. And doing it, to try to punish this family that they claim to have escaped. Think about the massive safety issue. I've been over this, but I just want to remind you all that that was their whole thing, is Jamaica, unfortunately, has one of the highest rates in the world. Significant crime problems. And at the time that they went, in the place they went to Kingston. The time that they went, there were travel warnings out, and they're constantly complaining about safety. He's actively suing about safety and demanding taxpayer security and stuff, and claim that, the British press and public make their lives dangerous, yet here they go. And of course, in the future, they'll go to Colombia. That's a whole nother issue. But the same people who say they can't feel safe anywhere without full level royal protection, they just jet off to Jamaica, one of the most dangerous countries in the Caribbean, arguably the world, and just, take a walk on a red carpet. Sure. There are accusations that they looked visibly unhappy, but there are accusations that they were arguing. They felt like they should have been put in a more VIP area, allegedly. So I think that's what we're seeing there. They appeared shocked and unimpressed by the cheap seats, as described by multiple outlets. Lots of body language experts chiming in here saying there was definite tension. They looked annoyed. Harry seemed awkward, but then I say, how do you tell the difference? Harry always seems awkward. Meghan was described as acting, quote, spoiled and entitled. I can't stop laughing about this because remember, they tried to make a big, powerful move where they came out of their VIP waiting area. And by that, I mean, they were hanging out in the back near a concession stand. So all I could think of is Meghan wearing a ball gown, and all you would hear is like, meaning the sticky floors from the popcorn and the Coke spill all over. I think that's really funny, actually. But they flew all the way out to Jamaica acting like global superstars. Well, again, I hadn't even gone into the eco-hypocriticalism, is that right, of it all. There's that too. And then seemingly being unimpressed by having the cheap seats, if you will. Unbelievable. And while claiming they want a private life and then posing for pictures. Sure. Yeah. Yep. I mean, why not at this point? Why not? I'm looking for any other quotes to go along with this. The way I understood it is Tom Bauer was trying to say that they were friends with that. I don't care what his name, Brian, whatever, the head of, I think he's since moved on, but the head of Paramount. And I know that his wife, Tracy, had done some, I think she was in With Love Meghan, something like that. I was trying to remember if she did that or she'd done projects with Meghan before. So there's a connection there. Okay. Meanwhile, Harry still being an ass, Charles and Catherine, this was unfortunately around the time where they were both admitted into the hospital and we were finding out, about the diagnosis or not diagnosis, but the health issues going on with both. And Harry was remaining silent. People were noticing that they won't shut up except for when it counts. Not that I don't think anybody needs Harry to say anything to the royal family. I mean, it's, he's already actively tried to hurt them all. So what could he possibly say? But it's interesting that, again, he won't shut up and he pretends to want this relationship. But then when it comes time, to step up, to be there, he's not. Oh, they also pointed out that, do you remember, it's just a small blip, but I do remember this. Harry was out and about, happened to get photographed going to a fitness club. Well, and then maintained his silence. This was at the time we were finding out about the health stuff of both King Charles and Princess Catherine. And so Harry made, again, this is according to Tom Bauer, and this is how I understand it too. Harry made sure he was photographed out in public. Even though he has a gym at his house, he made sure he was photographed either going into or leaving a gym. So that way, and then not making a statement. So he could let people know what a prick he is, and then he was out and about, but he would not be making a statement about the health concerns. Just keep that in mind. So when you think, oh, he's not as bad as Meghan, oh no, he is. He's just as bad, sometimes worse. All right, continuing on. Let's see if there's anything else. They thought that the reason Jamaica was welcoming to them as well is because they did have fond memories of Harry's former visit. That would have been in 2012. It would have been the Queen's Diamond Jubilee. Remember, that's when he raced Usain Bolt. And I remember that moment too. It was friendly and cute. And I think he tried to distract Usain Bolt. Of course, Usain Bolt is this incredible world record Olympian champion sprinter. So he tried to distract him and then take off running and race him, But what was it? Oh, and then he points out that, just a reminder, Meghan's previous marriage had happened on Jamaica. I thought this was an interesting line, and he didn't explain, so I don't know exactly what he means, but I'm just going to read it to you. Her quote, short-lived first marriage had been celebrating during a 4-day beach party in 2011. He goes into substances that were handed out as wedding presents. I'd heard that before. Okay. Quote, no photos existed of that celebration. Meghan had destroyed them all before she left the island. So do you take that to mean because of these substances? Maybe. I take it even bigger and think she knows that was just a stepping stone for her. Just one step toward, I don't know if she knew about Harry, but that she would use it as a stepping stone to meet somebody more successful or whatever. I don't know if that's the case, but you know what I'm saying? So she wouldn't want photos of that. So she'd had him destroyed. Maybe. All right. Anything else? Not really. Meghan was claiming this was her year of redemption. That was 2024. Okay. No. And then what? And then she did Year of Joy. You might want to stop naming these years, Meghan. Just saying. All right. Here we go. And then the last part I want to underline is they realized that they were plummeting fast and not making money and not doing well. So what did they do? Decided to be even bigger jerks. And they knew that using their royal titles for financial gain would be directly breaking the Sandringham agreement, as far as I understand it. But, quote, trading as a royal had become irresistible. Meghan identified herself as, according to herself, one of the most influential women in the world. In the colossal scale of her self-esteem, Meghan genuinely believed in her own importance as a feminist and champion of human rights and gender equality. Oh my goodness gracious. Does it hurt your back to kiss your own ass like that? All right, I'm going to end it here. That does it for me. I thought these chapters were excellent. I think this whole book is fantastic. Again, I love Tom Bauer. I like to see what the next chapters are, so that way we know what's coming up. Let's see here. Okay, so the next chapter is 31, Bad Optics. And the chapter after that is 32, The Brand. So look for those very soon. Check back lots. Bear with me as we go into Easter weekend. I'm hosting it at my house, so I'm a little bit panicked about all the work I have to do, but it's all right. I got this. I, unlike these two idiots, don't have staff. I am my own staff. So I'm going to get on clean. Mr. Pickle won't help me clean either. So I'm going to get on cleaning up and getting ready and do this. And then I'll do the best I can to get content out. It may be just 1 or 2 days of shorts. We'll see what happens. And I'm planning to take Sunday and Monday. But again, check back because I might still post stuff if I can get it recorded in advance. If not, I'll do shorts and I'll be back full time on Tuesday. And I can't wait. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you all. I truly do. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Mary Taylor, feel better. And I will talk to you guys soon. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. Hi. Okay, I'm going to run so I can get this posted. I'm recording in real time. I want to go ahead and get this up for the evening. Oh, I'm hot in this dress. I'm going to get this thing up, and so that way you can enjoy it. And then I'll read a little bit more, see if I can keep going. I've got to rest my voice, though. I'm getting scratchy. I know. I'm drinking tea and honey, and it'll be all right. But I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for all your lovely comments. Can I show you this dress? This dress I love so much. Isn't it pretty? I love it. And see, it crisscrosses even in the back. See? I think it's so pretty. So any chance, I mean, it's not that I ever go anywhere fancy, but any chance I have to wear it, I will. So there's that. All right, that's going to do it for me. Take care of yourself. Stay healthy. I'll talk to you again soon. And hey, happy Easter to you all. Big goosey hugs, even cantankerous. Can you be less grumpy? No. All right, just try. It's Easter. Okay, fine. All right, take care of yourselves. I'll talk to you again soon. Bye-bye.